Chapter 3091. No. Su-yu straightforwardly refused the dying request of the Netherworld Old Ancestor. The Netherworld Old Ancestor's face was filled with deep disappointment. He had thought that Su-yu would show him mercy and grant his dying wish before he died. He didn't expect Su-yu to refuse him so directly. The Greenwood Old Ancestor looked at Su-yu and couldn't help but feel disappointed. They had joined the Cauldron and become its vassal force. However, in the end, Su-yu didn't even agree to protect them. Even if he agreed, Su-yu didn't need to do anything special. He just needed to keep an eye on the members of the Cauldron and take care of them. Even so, Su-yu still refused. He couldn't help but wonder if Su-yu would also refuse him if he begged him one day. Was such a Cauldron worth the unwavering loyalty of the Greenwood Saint clan? The answer was no. The ancient saints of the sacred Netherworld clan also felt disappointed. However, because of Su-yu's presence, they all kept silent and didn't show it. The Netherworld Old Ancestor sighed slightly and said self-mockingly, "I've gone too far. Cauldron Master, just pretend I didn't say anything." Su-yu nodded. "Well, your request is really too much. I can't do it." Hearing this, the rest of the people were even more disappointed and angry. If Su-yu didn't agree, he wouldn't agree. Could he show some respect when talking to a dying man? Why did he have to be so hurtful? However, Su-yu's next words stunned everyone present. "You can't even die, but you want me to take care of your clan." "I really can't do it," Su-yu said lightly. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. What did he mean? The Netherworld Old Ancestor's already weak eyes suddenly opened wide. He said, "Cauldron Master, I know my own injuries." His soul was injured to such an extent, and he was only a moment away from death. Even the best elixirs in the world couldn't heal his injuries. The Greenwood Old Ancestor thought Su-yu didn't understand the situation, so he said hurriedly, "Cauldron Master, the Netherworld Old Ancestor's soul has been greatly injured and can't be healed by any means." Su-yu was expressionless. He said lightly, "How big of a world do you think you can't be healed by anyone in this world?" This. Forefather Greenwood was taken aback. The world he had seen was not small, right? He had been to most of the places in the Myriad Venerable's cave and even the Mirror Flower Heavenly Emperor realm. But this had nothing to do with healing soul injuries, right? Soul injuries were known to be troublesome, especially for Old Ancestor Netherworld, who had half of his soul destroyed. It was impossible to treat him. Without saying a word, Su-yu drew a line in the air with 2 fingers, and a faintly discernible ancestral technique hovered above the Netherworld Old Ancestor's body. This is a soul ancestral technique," Ancestor Greenwood said with uncertainty. He could sense the tyrannical soul strength that filled the ancestral art. This was something that could only be emitted by a soul ancestral art. However, how could Su-yu, a human, learn the ancestral technique of the Soul Saint clan? The Soul Sacred clan existed in this world, and it was the strongest sacred clan in the Mirror Flower Heaven's realm. There were many peerless old monsters among them, and any one of them could intimidate an entire region. Where did Su-yu learn this from? What they didn't know was that not even the ancestors of the sacred soul race had successfully learned the complete ancestral soul method. Su-yu pointed his finger, and the ancestral technique revolved. Wisps of soul fluorescence fell from the void. That is the soul fragment of the Netherworld Old Ancestor? This. Ancestor Greenwood's pupils shrank as he said in horror. Ever since the Netherworld Old Ancestor Netherworld was rescued, his soul had been disintegrating. Wisps of soul fragments disappeared into the void and disappeared. However, Su-yu simply performed the ancestral soul technique and found all the lost soul fragments. Before long, the blurred half of the Netherworld Old Ancestor Netherworld's soul body became clear again. However, the other half of his soul had been destroyed when it was attacked by the Puppet Saint clan. That was not something that could be recovered by the ancestral technique. Su Yu withdrew the ancestral technique and placed his palm on the other half of the soul. Then he performed the secret soul technique that he had comprehended from the ancestral technique, duplication. Return the right body with the left way. A large soul domain spread out from his palm, and a scene that caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air appeared. The other half of the netherworld, old ancestor netherworld soul, was duplicated out of thin air. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. There was such a technique in this world that could heal soul injuries. After 10 minutes, the netherworld old ancestor's soul was restored to its peak state. He bounced up and looked at his complete soul as if he was dreaming. He had a surreal feeling. My soul has really recovered. Su Yu withdrew his palm and took a light breath. This technique consumed a lot of the soul realm and energy. He could only save one person a day. He couldn't save more people. I will never forget Cauldron Master's life-saving grace. The netherworld old ancestors' respect for Su Yu increased greatly. He was on the verge of death, but Su Yu had saved him. It was a kindness that could never be repaid. Su Yu said calmly, "Serve the cauldron wholeheartedly. That is the greatest repayment." The netherworld old ancestor clenched his teeth and said decisively, "I apply to join the cauldron completely. From now on, there will be no sacred netherworld tribe." Now, the sacred netherworld tribe was just a vassal force of the cauldron. They could leave the cauldron at any time without any restrictions. However, once they joined, they would be a member of the cauldron and must be controlled by the cauldron. At the level of the sacred netherworld tribe, it was usually impossible to abandon their own tribe and join another force. However, Su Yu's kindness was too great. This was the only way for the netherworld old ancestor to repay him. Su Yu looked at the ancient saints of the sacred netherworld tribe. "Then you have to ask for their opinion." The sacred netherworld tribe was the family of all the people of the netherworld, not the netherworld old ancestor alone. If they were unwilling, they might not be able to become a member of the cauldron. "We are willing," the ancient saints said immediately. Without Su Yu's help, the sacred netherworld tribe would have lost their old ancestor and disappeared sooner or later. If they joined the cauldron now, they could still maintain the continuation and development of the sacred netherworld tribe. Why not? Moreover, after seeing Su Yu's nature-defying means, who wouldn't fall for him? Following Su Yu was like having a source of immortality. As long as they performed well enough, Su Yu could use the ancestral soul technique to resurrect them. Why wouldn't they follow such a king? All the people of the netherworld tribe present knelt on one knee and expressed their intention to join. The greenwood old ancestor's mouth was dry. After struggling for a while in his mind, he bowed and said, "Cauldron Master, please give me some time to go back and consult with my people." He was also tempted. 10 o'clock at night, 2 o'clock, please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. Chapter 3092. "It's up to you," Su Yu said casually. Su Yu asked casually, while his gaze became sharp, "Tell me in detail what happened after I left." The sinful lady and the others had only been established for a short time, so their sources of information were far less extensive than the Greenwood Saint clan and the sacred Netherworld clan. They should be able to grasp more information. The Netherworld old ancestor answered immediately. "Cauldron Master, this is what happened." He told them all the information the sacred Netherworld clan had. The result was similar to what the sinful lady had said, except for one important piece of information that the sinful lady did not know. There was once a mysterious young man who came to visit the sacred puppet clan. The day after he left, strange things happened one after another on the Songtin mountain until the crafting master, Emohang, was captured. The sacred puppet clan's many conspiracies were completely exposed, which led to a war between the two sides. The Greenwood Saint ancestor said angrily, "The sacred puppet clan ambushed us and caught the people who went to ask for it by surprise. We suffered heavy casualties and couldn't continue to fight the sacred puppet clan. Even the two sacred clans had suffered such heavy losses, let alone the other great families. Their casualties would probably be even more tragic. The Netherworld old ancestor clenched his fists. Cauldron Master, if we want to take revenge, we need to think about it carefully. Otherwise, if we go there now, we will only be courting death. They had too few strong men, and the giant puppet of the sacred puppet clan was too powerful. Su Yu said calmly, "Think about it carefully? How long? 8 to 10 years or 100 years?" He didn't have that much time to wait. Not to mention that the first ancestor would catch up soon. He couldn't delay Mo Heng's capture. With Mo Heng's crafting skills, if he was threatened by the sacred puppet clan, he would definitely be able to craft the heart of the puppet forged from the skeleton of the 10,000 saints. At that time, once the puppet was born, it would be invincible in the world. Su Yu and Mo Heng both had the same hunch that the puppet was an ominous thing, and it must not be allowed to be born successfully. But the Netherworld old ancestor said hesitantly. They were indeed in a disadvantageous position, and acting rashly was not a wise move. Su Yu pressed down his palm and interrupted him. "You don't have to come to the sacred puppet clan in person. You just need to mobilize our people and wait for an opportunity." Huh. Everyone understood what he meant. The Netherworld ancestor asked, "What about you, Cauldron Venerable?" Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. "I will personally go to the Puppet Saint clan." Ancestor Greenwood and Ancestor Yuming were shocked. "Cauldron Master, no. That giant puppet from the Puppet Saint clan is extraordinarily powerful. It must not be underestimated." Back then, when the Puppet Saint clan came to Sangtian Mountain, they rode the incomparably tall puppet and fought with the two patriarchs. In the end, the two patriarchs were defeated. Now that old ancestor Yuming was attacked by the puppet again and almost died, it was not hard to imagine how powerful the puppet was. "You don't have to worry about that," Su Yu said lightly. "If I want to enter the Puppet Saint clan, it will be a piece of cake. Follow my instructions, gather everyone, and act according to the situation." Immediately, Su Yu broke through the air and reappeared in the sky above the sacred Netherworld tribe, landing on the back of the little skeleton. Su Yu pointed his finger, and the little skeleton flew away like the wind, bringing Su Yu to the vicinity of the Puppet Saint clan. From a distance, the Puppet Saint clan was littered with corpses that had not been taken away in time. The ground was a mess with rotting corpses and demonic beasts that had come to look for food. There was no one around, and it gave people an unusually savage feeling. It was hard to imagine that not long ago, this place was crowded with the Puppet Saint clan. In the territory of the Puppet Saint clan, a puppet's head was exposed, and its body was buried deep underground. At this time, there were many fully armed puppets patrolling the periphery of the Puppet Saint clan. It was almost impossible to break into the Puppet Saint clan without alerting anyone. In fact, it was difficult to even get close to it without alerting them. More importantly, the Puppet Saint clan was proficient in the forging of mechanisms, and this giant puppet was the residence of the Puppet Saint clan for countless years. It was more than just a few clansmen that were guarding it. The entrance was densely packed with traps, and it would be difficult to break in. "Master, it is not easy to get in. That puppet is not simple." The little skeleton had followed Emperor Qing on expeditions from north to south and had seen a lot. He could tell at a glance that the puppet was extraordinary. Su Yu's eyes were calm as he raised his palm. "It is not difficult." In the palm of his hand, an hourglass slowly appeared. The domain of time was silently released from the palm of his hand, and it filled the surroundings. The patrolling puppets were frozen in time without warning. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yu came to the entrance of the Puppet Saint clan. However, he did not enter rashly. If he had guessed correctly, there were extremely dangerous traps waiting for him inside. He aimed at one of the clansmen, clapped his palm, and landed it on his shoulder. He used the soul substitution that Ling Huyang had practiced before, and swapped his soul with that of this person. The little skeleton saw this and could not help but be surprised. Hee, this soul secret technique is fun. the Suyu who had entered the body of that clansman, turned around and looked at his own body, as well as the clansman's soul that had entered his body. Keep an eye on him. The little skeleton chuckled and slapped Suyu's body to the ground. Then he covered Suyu's head and pinned it to the ground. The poor human had not figured out what was going on, and he was knocked unconscious by the slap. The veins on Suyu's forehead bulged. The little skeleton laughed dryly. I am sorry, my hand slipped, and I hit him too hard. What did he mean by hitting him too hard? It was obvious that he was taking the opportunity to take revenge on Suyu for his abuse in the Heavenly Law prison. I will settle the score with you later. Suyu glared at him. When the little skeleton carried Suyu's body away, he raised his hand and waved. The time freeze in the sky dissipated. The patrolling clansmen did not notice anything unusual at all and continued to patrol. Suyu walked to the entrance and said, I will go in and report. Lord Fujun, didn't you just report? A patroller asked in surprise. Suyu glanced at him. Can't you report it again? The patroller shrank his neck. Although he was puzzled, he did not ask again. Suyu came to the entrance. He had mastered part of the patrolling leader's memory. He took out the golden token from his chest skillfully and touched it to the mouth of the puppet at the entrance. Creak! The giant door opened to reveal a crack that only one person could pass through. After Suyu entered, he found that the mouth was densely filled with round beads. The power of those round beads could be considered powerful, second only to the golden round beads that he had snatched from the little skeleton. If one of them exploded, it was enough to destroy a strong great saint. If all of them exploded, no one below the level of a 10,000 saint could survive. Suyu thought to himself, sure enough, there must be traps hidden in the puppet. If he barged in by force, he would not even know how he died. At 12 o'clock, the next chapter was updated. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version. Chapter 3093. As soon as Suyu entered, a red beam of light shot out from the mechanism on both sides, scanning Suyu from head to toe. Suyu suddenly felt that his body was being inspected from the inside out, and any abnormalities could be discovered by the red beam. Come in. After a while, the beam of light disappeared and was replaced by a hoarse voice. It seemed that he had successfully passed the inspection, and his identity had been confirmed. Suyu quietly passed through the entrance and entered the interior of the Puppet Saint clan for the second time. As soon as he entered, a huge gear turned in front of him, revealing a hidden space behind the gear. An ancient sage-level puppet, Saint Clan Elder, walked out from it. With his hands behind his back, he frowned and said, What's the matter? Suyu cupped his fists and said calmly, My lord, how should we deal with the corpses outside? He did not act rashly. This place was full of mechanisms, and all of them were controlled by people. If he made a careless move, the other party could trigger the mechanism. As for whether it would pose a threat to him, Suyu was not too worried. He was worried about alerting the enemy. You should disturb me for such a trivial matter? The ancient saint elder scolded and looked Suyu up and down. What's wrong with you? Suyu still maintained a respectful posture and said, I think it's better to deal with those corpses properly, so as not to provoke more strong men of the Tsangtian mountain. The ancient saint elder said disapprovingly, What other strong men are there in the Tsangtian mountain? Can't you count on the Cauldron master? Not to mention that he has not returned yet, even if he does, so what? He can't even enter the Puppet Saint clan. The ancient saint elder was quite confident in the defense of the Puppet Saint clan. Suyu slowly straightened up and said, My lord, I can't agree with you. Hey! The ancient saint elder was really surprised. A small clan member dared to oppose him on the spot. Where did he get the courage to do so? No. As sharp as the ancient saint elder was, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. However, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. It was not until Su Yu's words woke him up. It's actually very easy for the Cauldron Master to come in. Huh. The ancient saint elder immediately stepped back and scolded. Who are you? Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Yu took a step forward, patted his shoulder, and immediately performed the soul substitution technique. Su Yu's soul quickly occupied the body of the ancient saint elder, while the latter's soul entered the body of the patrol leader. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at himself, standing in front of him, and shouted, Guards! Guards! However, there was no movement in the surroundings. The clansmen who were patrolling outside acted as if they were deaf and did not care at all until Su Yu took out a six-sided die from his bosom. This was the core that controlled the nearby mechanisms. With a bit of activation, he isolated this place from the outside world. Even if he screamed himself hoarse, no one would care. Who are you? The elder of the ancient saint exclaimed in horror. Su Yu shot him a chilling smile. I am the one you thought couldn't get in. What? The ancient saint elder was taken aback. You're a Cauldron venerable. Bingo. Su Yu walked forward with a smile, and as the man looked at him with an unwilling gaze, Su Yu slapped his head and knocked him out on the spot. After putting him into the space storage device, Su Yu came to a large number of gears based on his previous memory. He activated the sieve, and the gears spun rapidly, revealing a passage that led straight to the giant puppet. He jumped down. Before he reached the bottom, he could feel the intense flames spitting out. It was the fire vein occupied by the Puppet Saint clan. Mo Hung had come here to refine the seal once. However, compared to the past, the intensity of the flames here was far stronger than before. Even Su Yu's newly matured saint body felt a little uncomfortable. He was almost sure that it had something to do with the extremely dangerous puppet. Dong! Su Yu was about to land when a voice came from the side to stop him. Old guy, do you want to die? Is that a place you can go? Looking sideways, he found that it was a strong ancient saint hiding in the dark. He was here to prevent any unknown enemies from above from affecting the refinement of the puppets. Su Yu pretended to look solemn. There's a big problem up there. I must inform the ancestor as soon as possible. What? The strong ancient saint in the dark rushed out immediately. It was a short, red-faced man. Su Yu thought to himself that he could use the same trick to occupy his body and continue moving forward. He frowned and approached him with a solemn expression. He lowered his voice and said, It's someone suspected to be the Cauldron Zune. He is attacking our stronghold outside. Hearing that it was Su Yu, the strong ancient saint's expression immediately became solemn. Then we must inform the ancestor immediately. The ancient sage expert immediately made way for them. However, he suddenly realized something and stopped in his tracks. He shouted, Something's wrong. You have never seen the Cauldron Zune. How do you know it's him who is attacking? Seeing that he was about to be exposed, Su Yu raised his hands and slapped one of them on the top of his head and the other on the shoulder. All of a sudden, the soul exchange was completed. Su Yu entered the new body, and the short ancient saint entered the abandoned body. What was even more tragic was that he wanted to shout out and alert the people around him. Unexpectedly, as soon as his soul entered the body, his palms suddenly slapped on the top of his head. With a miserable groan, he fainted on the spot. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. He picked him up with the tip of his foot and threw him into the space storage device. Now, he only needed to use this person's body to enter the place where the puppet was being refined. Through the short memory stored in the body, Su Yu already knew that Mo Hang was outside the puppet, being forced to refine the heart, and he was about to succeed. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. A wisp of silent fluctuation radiated in all directions. Su Yu suddenly noticed it and looked in the direction of the fluctuation. His face could not help but change. He saw that in the corner where the short, ancient saint came from, there was a female ancient saint with a frightened face. In her hand, a jade scroll was crushed. His eyes reflected everything that had happened here. Su Yu came to his senses and made a prompt decision. He tore the space apart and chased after the woman. The latter's face was full of fear. As she ran, she shouted loudly, "Help! An unknown enemy has broken in." At this moment, next to the fire vein, the puppet saint was trying hard to beat a beating flame heart. In the heart, a flickering blue liquid was flowing. Su Yu was no stranger to this object. It was the precious blue heart iron. Its function was that once it was damaged, it would recover immediately. It was extremely magical. Next to the heart, Amoheng was dripping with sweat as he added all kinds of precious materials into the heart. He was also instructing the puppet saint on the strength and frequency of the beating. Their heart was about to succeed. Moreover, it was a heart made of blue heart iron. In addition, the puppet's entire body was made of blue heart iron. Once it succeeded, it would be a peerless divine puppet that could not be destroyed in the world. Chapter 3094. Just as they were concentrating on forging the blue core iron heart, the female ancient saint ran over with a flustered look on her face. Panting, she said, "Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened." The puppet ancestor, who was forging the iron heart, had to stop. "What happened? Tell me quickly." The success of the blue core iron heart was imminent, and he had no time to care about such trivial matters. The female ancient saint said with a pale face, "Ancestor, the Cauldron Venerable has broken in." "What? Where is he?" the puppet ancestor asked. The puppet ancestor knew how powerful Su Yu was. After all, he was someone who could make Ancestor Qing Mu and the Netherworld ancestor bow before him. The most troublesome thing was that Su Yu had broken in. If Su Yu was outside, it would be fine. With the powerful giant puppet, he was not afraid of Su Yu and could fight him. However, now that Su Yu had broken in, he was in trouble. He has taken over the body of ancient Saint Baiyin," the female ancient saint said in shock. "Taken over?" The puppet ancestor was stunned. "How?" The ancient saint stammered, unable to say anything. She then said, "It's probably Su Yu's soul that took over by youngest soul, then took control of his body and pretended to be one of us. He was still chasing after me just now." "Is that so?" The puppet ancestor was shocked. It was not unusual for someone to take over another's body. As long as one's soul was strong enough, one could enter another's body and adapt to it. However, the premise was that it was just a soul without a body. If the soul existed in the body, no matter how strong the invading soul was, it would be impossible to take over the body by force. Moreover, ancient Saint Baiyun's soul was very strong. It was even more impossible to take over his body directly. "It's true," the female ancient saint said. She was on the verge of tears. "If you don't believe me, take a look at this." As if in response to her words, a wave came from afar. It was the message that she had sent earlier. Somehow, the message had arrived later than her. The puppet ancestor took the message and pressed it against his forehead. He saw that the ancient saint guarding the entrance had forcibly taken over ancient Saint Baiyun's soul. "It's true." The puppet ancestor was shocked. At the same time, his expression turned solemn. "Men." With a loud roar, several hidden ancient sages rushed out from the vicinity of the puppet. They were here to guard the heart that was on the verge of success, to prevent it from being stolen. But now they had received an urgent summons from the puppet ancestor. "Grand Ancestor, do you have any instructions?" the ancient sages asked. The puppet ancestor said solemnly, "All of you immediately lead your people and seal off the surroundings. No one is allowed to enter. Remember, no one is allowed to enter, including our puppet saint tribe's people. Since Su Yu could invade other people's bodies at will, he could appear in any unexpected clansman's body. Now was the most critical moment in the refinement of the blue core iron heart. Nothing could go wrong, the female prime saint panted. But are we just going to leave revered Cauldron here? Shouldn't they have gone to capture Suyu? The puppet ancestor said calmly, the ultimate goal of revered Cauldron's invasion should be our puppets and Emohung. As long as we protect them, everything will be fine. As for the clansmen who might encounter mishaps, we can only sacrifice them first. The female prime saint bit her red lips and said, despicable. Wait until we succeed in refining the heart. We must make revered Cauldron pay the price in blood. The puppet ancestor said, cut the crap. The refinement of the blue core iron heart is about to be completed. Help me collect the heart. The female prime saint looked at the burning heart with anticipation, but she was also a little confused. How do I collect it? The puppet ancestor said nothing and threw her a special small cauldron filled with liquid mysterious ice to ensure that nothing would be missing after the refinement of the heart was completed. Okay, the female prime saint nodded. She looked around worriedly to make sure that her clansmen were guarding nearby and that Suyu would not come for a while. Only then did she feel slightly relieved. She held the small cauldron and waited for the moment when the blue core iron heart was completed. The puppet ancestor's eyes focused on the blue core iron heart again. Because of the distraction just now, the surface of the blue core iron heart was fluctuating unsteadily. He hurriedly picked up the hammer and continued to forge. He urged Emohung, who had stopped, hurry up. Don't stop. Only then did Emohung reluctantly continue to add materials to it and guide the puppet ancestor on how to refine it. The puppet ancestor said as he hammered, were you very excited just now? Did you think you were going to be saved? Emohung was silent. Ever since he was captured, Emohung had thought of countless ways to escape. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded once. After being tortured several times by the puppet ancestor, Emohung finally calmed down and started to refine the heart quietly. Humph! Don't even think about escaping. As long as the blue core iron heart is not successfully refined, you can forget about leaving the puppet saint tribe, the puppet ancestor said harshly. Emohung gritted his teeth slightly and said, Puppet ancestor, I advise you one last time. Don't try to revive this puppet. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. In my opinion, this puppet is definitely not a good weapon. The puppet ancestor's eyes were burning with passion as he continued to hammer the blue core iron heart without stopping. The Abyss Puppet Branch has spent countless years to refine this puppet. How can I give it up so easily? After pausing, a helpless and urgent expression appeared on his face. Also, we don't have time. Emohung's heart moved, and he asked, who was the young man who came to visit your puppet saint tribe that day? Originally, everyone from the puppet saint tribe, from the ancient sages to the puppet ancestor, had held a trace of respect for him. However, ever since the mysterious youth had left, the puppet ancestor seemed to have become a completely different person. He desperately wanted to refine the puppet as soon as possible. The puppet ancestor was silent for a moment before muttering, if we can't refine the puppet, the entire hidden sky mountain, cloud, desolate region, and myriad sovereign cave will be finished. What? Emohung asked casually and actually found out something incredible. He continued to ask, why? Why do you say that? The puppet ancestor said in a low voice, don't ask so much. You just need to know that if the blue core iron heart is successfully refined, perhaps I can protect you and help you pass through this great calamity. What kind of calamity could destroy an entire cave? What was it that forced the puppet ancestor to refine the god of destruction puppet at all costs? He wanted to tell this news to Suyu so that they could prepare in advance, but there was no chance. At this moment, the blue core iron heart suddenly emitted a clear breathing sound. Then the heart started to beat rhythmically, as if it was alive. Emohung's face fell. The scene that shouldn't have happened had finally happened. The heart was successfully refined. Chapter 3095. Seeing this, the puppet ancestor was overjoyed and laughed heartily. Great! We finally succeeded. My Abyss Puppet Clan's countless years of painstaking effort is finally about to succeed. As long as this heart was placed in the puppet's chest, it would possess a certain level of consciousness and become the most powerful puppet in history. At that time, why would the sacred puppet clan be limited to a tiny Sangtian mountain? The great changes that were about to occur in the future could also be safely weathered by the sacred puppet clan. Puppet ancestor, think carefully. Emo Hung shouted with a deep frown. The material you used to refine this puppet is not ordinary, but a complete corpse of a myriad saint expert. Do you know what a myriad saint expert means? That is an existence that transcends the realm of living beings and is second only to the sacred mountains, son of heaven. Even a bone of a myriad saint expert is filled with danger after death, let alone a complete corpse. During the process of refining the heart, he had felt a great chill from the puppet more than once. His many years of refining experience told him that this puppet was absolutely ominous. The puppet ancestor chuckled coldly. Emo Hung, do you think you're the only smart person in the world and everyone else is a fool? He took out a broken seal from his bosom and carefully stored it in a jade box. Look at what this is! Through the jade box, he infused a strand of great saint power into it. Suddenly, a myriad of folded Buddha shadows appeared from the broken seal, chanting Sanskrit at the same time. Emo Hung only felt that his heart was empty and all distracting thoughts were gone. Even the anxiety in his heart at this moment had vanished. Do you see it? The puppet ancestor said proudly, "This is the sacred Buddha rune that our Abyss Puppet Clan spent countless efforts to steal from the Gautama Buddha's ancient tomb. It has the unparalleled power to suppress evil beings. Otherwise, why would we dare to refine a complete myriad saint expert's body?" The puppet ancestor took out the rune and stuck it on the puppet's body. Strands of Buddhist power turned into holy Sanskrit characters that densely covered the puppet's entire body like a giant invisible net that restrained it. Emo Hung came to his senses, worry surging in his heart again. Even so, it's best not to give it a heart. The strength of a myriad saint expert is truly beyond your imagination. The famed sword sacred clan that he once belonged to could be considered an extremely powerful sacred clan. There were few in the world that could rival them. However, there was once an unknown 10,000 saint powerhouse who had just passed by and scared the 5 great saints of the clan into a state of panic, fearing that he was coming for them. That kind of fear originated from the lowly beings looking up to the gods. At that level, myriad saint experts had already surpassed the limits of living beings and were no longer ordinary living beings. The Abyss puppet race might not know what a 10,000 saints expert meant. Humph! How stubborn! The puppet patriarch lost his patience. I've been talking to you for so long, but you're still going on and on. Since you don't believe me, then scram. Look after him. Ancient sacred drum nodded and immediately arrived in front of Emo Hung. She stared at him and raised the small cauldron at the same time, saying, "Old ancestor, it's ready. Release the heart." At this moment, the blue heart, iron heart, was still being refined. There were many seals on its surface. If the seals were undone, the heart might fly away on its own. Someone had to catch it. The puppet patriarch nodded as he gripped the 8 chains, sealing his heart with a greedy look in his eyes. Open! Crack! Under his great strength, the 8 chains broke one after another. The blue heart, iron heart, regained its freedom and flew away on its own. Catch it! The puppet patriarch shouted. Ancient sacred drum didn't dare to hesitate. She immediately threw out the small cauldron and prepared to catch the heart. However, just as the heart was about to be caught, Emo Hung suddenly chanted an incantation. The heart seemed to have sensed it and flew toward Emo Hung. He caught it first. It turned out that Emo Hung had added something to the heart during the refinement process, which allowed him to control it easily. However, just as Emohung was about to grab it, a black palm-sized puppet appeared behind him without any warning and slammed into his back. Puff! In an instant, Emohung was sent flying. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The heart that he hadn't caught firmly fell out of his hand. The puppet patriarch retracted his palm and sneered. "Did you think I didn't know you had done something to the heart?" He wasn't blind. Emohung thought he had done it flawlessly, but the puppet patriarch had still noticed it. He had endured it and kept his guard up against Emohung. He had specially prepared a doctrine artifact with a concealment effect, ready to attack Emohung at any time. It seemed that the effect was not bad. At the same time, the female ancient sacred drum leaped up and caught the heart with the small cauldron. The puppet patriarch laughed. "Well done." With the heart in hand, the next step was to put the heart into the body of the puppet and revive it completely. However, before the puppet patriarch could rejoice, a shocking scene appeared. The female ancient sacred drum didn't hand the small cauldron to him. Instead, she carried the seriously injured Emohung, turned around and rushed out. The puppet patriarch was stunned for a moment. He immediately came to his senses and said in shock and anger, You are Suyu!" The female ancient sacred drum turned around and chuckled. "I've borrowed the heart. You have worked hard to refine it for so many years. Not bad." Her soul had been successfully replaced by Suyu. It turned out that the female ancient sacred drum didn't escape Suyu's pursuit. Her soul had been successfully replaced. Since the female ancient sacred drum had already sent a message, she pretended to be chased by Suyu to gain the trust of the puppet patriarch. The effect of this plan was not bad. The blue heart, iron heart, was successfully obtained. The puppet patriarch couldn't believe that the body that he had spent many years refining with the abyss puppet lineage was so easily snatched away by Suyu. "Stop right there." The puppet patriarch came to his senses and roared furiously. At the same time, he immediately notified the ancient saints above him. "Attack immediately and stop Suyu." Swish! Swish! Several ancient saints, not far away, were immediately mobilized. They rushed over one after another and attacked in anger. Suyu snorted. Although he didn't have a real body, no one could compete with him in the path of domain, especially the soul domain. Soul-chasing arrow. He opened his eyes wide, and two arrows that were almost tangible shot out. In an instant, two ancient sages screamed in agony as their souls were obliterated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he rushed up through the encirclement and went straight to the head of the giant puppet. At this moment, the force of the cauldron also saw the opportunity to attack the puppet. Without anyone controlling the giant puppet, they successfully opened the gate of the Puppet Saint clan and charged in. Cauldron Master. The Netherworld ancestor grabbed Suyu's body and shouted. Now that Suyu had replaced his body, no one knew which one was the real Suyu. Seeing his own body, Suyu felt relieved. It was time to end this. Chapter 3096. As long as he could control his own body, with the great scythe of calamity and the absolute heaven sword in his hands, as well as his mortal body, no one in the Songtin mountain would be a match for him. Swoosh! Suyu rushed over in the body of the female ancient saint and shouted at the Netherworld ancestor, "Throw my body over here!" The Netherworld ancestor immediately judged from her tone that the female ancient saint in front of him must be Suyu's soul. He immediately threw her body over. However, the puppet ancestor who was rushing over in midair was furious. With a flick of his palm, a chain quickly flew over, wrapped around Suyu's body and swept him away. Don't you like to exchange souls? Then continue to exchange them in other bodies. The puppet ancestor grabbed the neck of Suyu's body and squeezed it hard, making a cracking sound. Suyu's expression did not change. He turned around to take out the blue heart, iron heart, and squeezed it. Under the tremendous pressure, the heart was kneaded into a ball and almost shattered. "That body is not mine." If you want to destroy it, then destroy it. It doesn't matter, Suyu said indifferently. What he said was half-truth. The truth was that it really was not his body. It belonged to Prince Mirrorflower. What was false was that the body was still very important and could not be destroyed at will. However, he believed that the blue heart, Iron Heart, was more important to the puppet ancestor. It was the blood and sweat of the Abyss puppets for generations. If it was destroyed, many years of hard work would go to waste. Don't be stubborn. How can your body not be important? The puppet ancestor said, You give me back my heart, and I give you my body. Let's call it even. How about that? Suyu said indifferently, No. He squeezed his palm even tighter. Give me back my body first. As for my heart, I will give it back to you later. Hearing that, the puppet ancestor snorted. Do you think I am a fool? Suyu did not look like a pedantic person. If he really gave him his body, he might keep his promise and return his heart, but it would not be a complete heart. Hand over the body, hand over the heart. There is no other choice. The puppet ancestor shouted. Otherwise, instead of losing both the body and the money, it would be better to destroy your body and get rid of a big problem. Suyu posed a great threat to him, and if he really had no other choice, he would have to destroy Suyu's body to get rid of a big problem. The two sides immediately fell into a stalemate. Although the Ding's forces had won one victory after another and occupied the sacred puppet clan's territory step by step, it did not change the stalemate between the two sides. Just as both parties were in a deadlock, Suyu suddenly felt a slight vibration beneath his feet. Like a ripple on the surface of the water, the aftershock spread out in all directions. The puppet race's ancestor was even more sharp. This was the place where the Abyss puppet race had lived for generations, so he was even more familiar with it. The abnormal fluctuation caused him to be astonished. Dong! Then there was another clear movement, as if something was moving, creating a strong wave signal. What's going on? The puppet patriarch asked in surprise. Dong, dong, dong. The sound grew louder, clearer, and closer to them. The cauldrons and sacred puppets fighting on the ground stopped fighting at the same time and looked down at the ground curiously, their faces full of confusion. Dong, dong, dong. The sound became clearer and clearer, and the puppet patriarch's expression began to become serious. He flew up into the sky and said, Sacred puppets, leave the ground and leave the puppet. As soon as the order was given, the sacred puppets quickly withdrew from the puppet. Suyu, who had always been vigilant, was even more so. He immediately ordered, It turns out to be the sacred puppet clan now. The cauldron's people also withdrew, and they were very far away from the puppet. Only Suyu and the two ancestors remained in the sky above the puppet. The puppet patriarch looked down at the giant puppet that he had lived in for many years in shock. At this moment, he could see that the giant puppet was shaking slightly and was slowly sinking. It was as if it could not bear some gradually growing force and was being crushed into the ground. What is that? The puppet patriarch was sure that there must be something coming out from the bottom of the giant puppet. The first person he suspected was undoubtedly Suyu. Human, what have you done? He couldn't believe that there was a force that could make their giant puppet so difficult to bear. What was Suyu doing inside? Suyu stared at the giant puppet below without blinking, and his expression was slightly solemn. You should ask yourself what you just said. He had killed all the way to the puppet patriarch, so how could he have had time to set up other things? There must have been an unexpected upheaval in the giant puppet. Dong, 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 dong. The rapid sound rang out, and the sound was like a war drum beating in everyone's heart. The cauldrons in the distance were fine, but the sacred puppets who had not gone far felt as if their chests were blocked by something. Their hearts were pounding, and it was difficult for them to breathe. They felt uncomfortable all over. Even the puppet patriarch, Qingmu, and the Netherworld patriarch felt extremely depressed. A great sense of crisis shrouded their hearts. The puppet patriarch slowly retreated and said in a stern voice, Get away from the puppet! Don't get close to it. Qing Mu and the Netherworld Patriarch also felt a chill in their hearts, and they could not help but retreat. Even Su Yu had to retreat, and his expression became more and more solemn. Although he did not feel as depressed as the three ancestors, chaotic lines of fate began to appear in his chest. Based on his years of experience, the chaotic lines of fate could only appear in front of a powerful enemy. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of footsteps rang out 10 times in a row, as if they were about to leave the puppet. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they focused all their attention on the puppet. However, after the 10 footsteps, the sound stopped abruptly, as if it had been cut off. The inside of the puppet returned to peace, and the sky and the earth were all silent. However, the deathly silence did not make them feel at ease. Instead, it made their hearts clench tightly. The Greenwood Saint clan swallowed hard, and he stared at the puppet's head without blinking. In the blink of an eye, the indestructible head of the puppet suddenly cracked open, and an invisible force swept out with an earth-shattering momentum, aiming at the Greenwood Saint clan. The Greenwood Saint clan did not even have time to react, and he was turned into a mist of blood by the finger. His soul also disappeared. A dignified, strong man of the Great Saint clan was crushed by a finger just like that. The Netherworld Patriarch and the Puppet Patriarch were horrified, and they retreated crazily with goosebumps all over their bodies. In the distant scene before their eyes, a light blue figure with chains and seals on his body slowly walked out of the gap. He looked up into the sky, like a god of war looking down on the 9 heavens. Wherever he looked, the sky was burning with layers of raging flames, and fireballs fell from the sky, igniting the mountains, rivers, and earth. In an instant, the world was plunged into a sea of fire. Please remember the original domain name of this book, mobile version website. Chapter 3097. Several masters present stared at the monster that suddenly appeared, and their expressions changed dramatically. The puppet ancestor exclaimed, "The Blue Heart Puppet!" The monster was none other than the Abyss Puppet Clan, a super puppet that had been forged with the skeleton of an all-saint strongman through countless generations of painstaking effort. The Blue Heart Puppet! Old ancestor, the puppet has come back to life. The ancient sages surrounded the old ancestor of the puppet tribe in horror. The Blue Heart Puppet clearly had no heart, and it had not been forged successfully. How could it have its own consciousness? How did it come back to life? In the crowd, Amo Hung said the truth calmly. The consciousness of this group of all-saint strong men has never died, and has always been attached to the skeleton. It deceived the generations of Puppet Saint clan, and you made its body into the Blue Heart Iron. The Blue Heart Iron was known as indestructible, and any damage could be repaired immediately. This skeleton had been forged into the material of the Blue Heart Iron by the Puppet Saint clan for countless years, and it had become indestructible. Impossible. Our ancestors have examined it, and this skeleton no longer has any consciousness. The puppet ancestor said in disbelief. They wanted a puppet that could listen to their orders, not a living thing with its own consciousness. He could not believe that the Puppet Saint clan's tempering for several eras was all for the all-saint strongman. It was even more difficult to believe that they had been kept in the dark for so many years. And Moheng said in a low voice, as the Cauldron Master said, "You know nothing about the all-saint strong men." No matter what Suyu said, the Puppet Saint clan believed in their own judgment too much, but reality slapped them hard in the face. Even a piece of bone of that kind of existence had incredible heavenly power, let alone a whole skeleton. The puppet ancestor felt as if he had been struck by 10,000 lightning bolts, and his mind trembled violently. He was lost for a long time, and it was difficult for him to recover. Even if he got the heart back now, it would be in vain. The puppet had deceived the Puppet Saint clan, deceived him, and could not be forgiven. And Mo Hung reminded him, "Puppet ancestor, in my opinion, that consciousness is not strong enough to exert the true strength of the all-saint skeleton. But if it obtains the heart, it will be a different story." His eyes flickered. In other words, this was the only time he could kill him. The puppet patriarch snapped out of his daze and glared at the blue heart puppet with a vicious glint in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. Since you didn't die, I'll let you die again." In his heart, he added another sentence. Only when his consciousness died would he be able to turn him into a true puppet. As he spoke, the puppet ancestor formed a seal with his hands and said coldly, "Fortunately, I stamped his body with the Buddha's seal." That talisman was a talisman of the Buddha that the puppets had found after rummaging through countless great tombs, and was capable of suppressing all evil entities in the world. This 10,000 saint expert's consciousness hadn't been extinguished for countless eras, which was enough to judge it as an evil being. The puppet patriarch's hands formed a seal, and he shouted, "Suppress!" Immediately, the dense Sanskrit runes on the blue heart puppet's body tightened, binding the blue heart puppet in place. The latter's hands and feet immediately closed, and he stood there with his back straight. He could not move at all, and even his head was enveloped by a layer of holy light. The puppet patriarch relaxed and smiled. "It's a success." He glanced at Emo Hung and snorted softly. He had already said that the Puppet Saint clan was prepared to restrain the puppets. Emo Hang's worries were groundless. However, both Suyu and Emo Hung kept retreating. Not only did they not heave a sigh of relief, but they became even more solemn. Suyu had come into contact with the first ancestor. The first ancestor, whose abilities were not even at the level of a 10,000 saint, was already terrifyingly powerful. What more the corpse of a real 10,000 saint expert? It was not something that could be suppressed by a worn-out talisman. As expected, not long after the two of them retreated, they heard the sound of something snapping. When they looked, they saw that a thread of Sanskrit runes had snapped. The puppet patriarch's expression changed drastically. He formed another seal, trying to retract the net completely and restrain the blue heart puppet. However, right at that moment, several snapping sounds rang out continuously. Lines of Sanskrit broke off one after another. From the belly of the blue heart puppet, a gloomy and hoarse voice even sounded. "Even if the Buddha himself were to come, I would still be somewhat wary. Do you think a mere damaged rune can do anything to me?" It had spoken. Moreover, just as Suyu and Emo Hung had expected, the puppet's consciousness had been hidden all along, deceiving the Puppet Saint clan to refine its remains. Break. With a single word, the tightly bound blue heart puppet slowly raised its arm. The Sanskrit runes on its body shattered in large numbers. When its arm was completely freed, it grabbed all the Sanskrit runes on its body and threw them fiercely. Creak! All the runes on its body were torn apart in an instant. The puppet patriarch's hands, which were forming seals, shook violently and were forcefully shaken away. He was extremely shocked. The talisman had failed. He could not help but retreat, his heart trembling. His eyes began to show fear, and there was an uncontrollable sense of panic in his heart. However, the blue heart puppet did not ignore him just because he retreated. Its eyes, which were filled with dancing flames, shot straight at him. The corners of its mouth formed a line, revealing a human-like, mocking smile. "As the benefactor who forged my body, I shall gift your entire clan with an opportunity." It raised its palms, clasped them in front of its body, and recited an obscure incantation. Swish! A layer of solid blue crystals rapidly swept in all directions, with it as the center. The blue crystals swept through the rocks, grass, and trees without any abnormalities. However, when they came into contact with the corpses scattered nearby, they immediately turned into blue crystals. This scene was somewhat familiar to Suyu. It was extremely similar to the blue heart demonic armor. However, this time, its power was much greater. Seeing this, the puppet patriarch's pupils shrank. Blue heart wave. He was furious and resentful. As he retreated frantically, he roared, "All members of the Puppet Saint clan, retreat! Retreat!" At this moment, he no longer held any hope for the puppet. The Blue Heart Wave was a special attack that the Puppet Saint clan had specially created for the puppet. It could crystallize all living creatures within a 100-mile radius, killing them with a single touch. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the first time the puppet used it, it would be against the Puppet Saint clan. As for why this was so, the reason was simple. The Blue Heart puppet was created by the Puppet Saint clan, so the one who understood it the most was, of course, the Puppet Saint clan. In order to prevent the Blue Heart puppet from exposing its weaknesses, the first thing it did was to exterminate the Puppet Saint clan that had created it. Looking at the retreating Puppet Saint clan, the Blue Heart puppet laughed sinisterly. It pointed its finger in the air, and the Blue Heart Wave swept out at an even more astonishing speed. In the vicinity, only the members of the Puppet Saint clan had not escaped far. As they fled in terror, they were immediately swept by the wave. In an instant, they collectively turned into blue crystals, which then fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Even the puppet patriarch, who had the highest cultivation, had half of his body crystallized. 8:00 p.m. Please remember this book's original domain name, mobile version website. Chapter 3098. In the blink of an eye, the Puppet Saint clan was almost wiped out. Only the puppet ancestor was left, and he was only half dead. All of this was caused by a single attack from the Blue Heart puppet. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Su Yu's expression was calm, his heart unmoved. They had brought this upon themselves, and they could not blame anyone else. Both he and Mo Hung had reminded them time and time again not to underestimate the remains of the 10,000 saints experts. However, from the patriarch of the puppets to the ordinary members of the clan, they were all so full of themselves that they had no idea that they were doing something that could endanger the entire clan and the entire world. In the end, there was something wrong with the Blue Heart puppet, and the first thing it did after it was born was to destroy the Puppet Saint clan. The puppet ancestor looked at the ground littered with the crystallized corpses of his clansmen and screamed in despair, "Blue Heart, Clang, Puppet!" Unfortunately, his screams could not change the situation. Everything was in vain. The Blue Heart puppet looked over disdainfully and bent its finger toward the puppet ancestor, preparing to flick its finger. With the puppet ancestor's current state of half-crystallization, a flick of its finger could kill him. Clang! With a flick of its finger, a sharp blue wave of light shot toward the puppet ancestor's back. At this moment, the puppet patriarch was only half dead. How could he resist the Blue Heart puppet's attack? His eyes were filled with despair and regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. If he had listened to Su Yu and Mo Heng's advice, he would not have ended up like this. It was too late to say anything now. However, just as the blue wave of light was about to reach him, a blue palm suddenly appeared in front of the puppet ancestor without warning, blocking it. It was none other than Su Yu. In the distance, Mo Hung was startled, looking at Su Yu in confusion. "Cauldron Zune, come back quickly." The Blue Heart puppet was so terrifying, but Su Yu had actually taken the initiative to attract its attention. And for the sake of the puppet ancestor? To be honest, he felt that the puppet ancestor deserved to die and should not have been saved. Su Yu's expression was calm. He released his palm, and the blue wave of light that shot toward him was crushed into dust by his blue-gloved hand. Without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. "Our current enemy is the Blue Heart puppet," Su Yu said calmly. Although the puppet ancestor was the culprit, their top priority now was not to settle who was responsible, but to eliminate the enemy in front of them together. He turned around to glance at the puppet tribe's ancestor and said, "Do you want to avenge your clansmen?" The puppet patriarch had just narrowly escaped death, and his rough face was replaced by grief and indignation. "Human, don't try to provoke me. I know what you want to say. From now on, I'm on your side until this puppet is destroyed." Suyu nodded. That would be for the best. All of a sudden, the internal blood energy channels in Suyu's body started to vibrate rhythmically, as if something was controlling them. He glanced sideways and keenly noticed that the puppet patriarch's lips were moving slightly. Suyu rolled his eyes and calmed his heart to listen to the beating of the meridians. He gradually understood that this was some secret technique of the abyss puppet that stimulated the meridians of others to beat. His original intention was to impart a legacy that only certain meridians could withstand, but at this moment he was passing on some words. Cover me as I enter the puppet. With this puppet, we might be able to destroy this blue heart puppet. The puppet patriarch told Suyu in such a peculiar way of transmitting words. They were facing the blue heart puppet of the All Saints level. Even soul transmission could be detected by the other party, and their intentions could be seen through. Therefore, they could only use this special method of transmission. Suyu nodded lightly without batting an eyelid. He raised his hand, and the blue heart demonic armor on his body completely covered his body. Facing the skeleton of the All Saints of the past, Suyu did not dare to be careless. With the blue heart demonic armor on his body, Suyu took out the absolute heaven sword. With the sword in hand, a peerlessly fierce light burst forth. At the same time, an oil lamp floated above Suyu's head, flickering with flickering waves of light. That was the power of the saint body. Moreover, with a wave of his left hand, the great scythe of 10,000 calamity appeared. The chaotic energy in his body surged wildly into it, urging it to the extreme. Facing it, Suyu was fully armed and prepared. You have some assets. The blue heart puppet looked at Suyu from afar and laughed hoarsely. Even in my era, the things you have on you are considered decent top-notch items. It's a pity that it's a waste to use them on you, the blue heart puppet said. Why don't you let me have them? It opened its mouth and spat at Suyu abruptly. A bolt of blue lightning pierced through the space and directly passed through Suyu's body. The heart of the puppet's ancestor, who was watching the battle from afar, sank. Suyu, the strongest of the Tsangtian mountain, was finished just like that. They were all finished. There was no hope for anything. However, the blue heart puppet's eyes narrowed, and it said indifferently, the domain of time and space? That's a little surprising. Huh. Everyone immediately looked up. Suyu, who was reflected in their eyes, turned into a phantom and dissipated. The blue heart puppet suddenly turned around and raised its palm to strike the void behind it. There, Suyu's imposing posture appeared without warning. From above, a sword and a scimitar slashed down at the same time. Clang! The sword and scimitar struck the palm of the blue heart puppet, but they did not cut it in the slightest. Only sparks were produced on its palm. Suyu's heart trembled violently. He had used 70% of his strength, but he could not even scratch the skin of his opponent. Wasn't the blue heart puppet a little too powerful? At that moment, its meridians throbbed again. It was the anxious voice of the puppet's ancestor. It has two weaknesses. One is in the chest, where the heart has not been embedded, and the other is under the armpit. Suyu could not help but be annoyed. Why didn't it say so earlier? At that moment, he could only retreat temporarily. But the blue heart puppet had countless eras of combat experience, and it was once a true all-saint strong man. How could it miss such a fleeting opportunity to strike? The palm that was blocking the sword and scimitar suddenly erupted with an incomparably rich blue light beam. The light beam came into contact with the air and immediately materialized. It was like a wooden stick that extended infinitely, and it stabbed towards Suyu's head fiercely. But Suyu's combat experience was just as rich. Before his opponent struck, he had already anticipated its attack. Immediately, a remnant mark was drawn in the air. The ancestral soul technique appeared immediately, and in an instant, a dense fog was condensed in front of the blue heart puppet. Although the body of the blue heart puppet was strong, it had a fatal weakness. That was, its consciousness was not at the level of all saints. Its consciousness was at most 1/10,000th of that of a true all-saint strong man. Su Yu's ancestral soul technique still had an effect on it. As expected, the blue heart puppet immediately lost its target. A hint of surprise finally appeared in its indifferent tone. Ancestral soul technique? Who are you? If it was just the area of time and space, he could understand. After all, the marriage between the people of the two great areas might produce offspring who could be proficient in both areas. But how could this person be proficient in even the ancestral soul technique? If he remembered correctly, the complete ancestral soul technique had long been lost due to the plotting of the Saint Mountain's emperor. There is one more chapter to be updated tomorrow morning. Please remember this book's original domain name, mobile version website. Chapter 3099. The current Soul Saint clan did not even have ancestral techniques. Where did this person learn them from? But that was not important. Fortunately, your level is still low, and your soul is not strong enough. Otherwise, you would have been in danger. The blue heart puppet waved its arm, and a wave of blue light swept across, dispersing all the fog in front of it. Not far away, Su Yu's retreating figure appeared. The blue heart puppet grinned. "Kid, I have come to this world and need people. If you give me your heart and follow me from now on, you will receive many benefits in the future." After a pause, it said faintly, "I might even give you the opportunity to become a strong fighter of the 10,000 saints." The former was fine, as it was all empty talk. Who knew what the so-called benefits were? But the opportunity to become a strong fighter of the 10,000 saints was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was not something that could be obtained just by luck. Who wouldn't be tempted, especially the strong fighters of the great saints present? Forget it. I am free to do whatever I want, and I am not used to being restrained by others, Su said lightly. The blue heart puppet's smile faded. Then you should just die. Before the last word left its mouth, its figure had already blurred. In the distance, Su Yu's expression changed, and he was about to dodge. But an icy voice came from behind him. "Why do you think I am talking nonsense with an ant?" Of course, it was to divert Su Yu's attention and give him a fatal blow. It could not be bothered to take in a creature with such a low cultivation level as Su Yu's as a follower. Even if it wanted to, it should be at the peak of the great saint level. Su Yu's pupils shrank and his body stiffened. Before he could react, he felt a chill in his chest. An iron claw had pierced through Su Yu's chest. In an instant, fresh blood sprayed out, splattering all over the ground. The blue heart puppet clenched its fist, instantly shattering Su Yu's body. At the same time, it grabbed an aquamarine round pearl. That was the only space-type item on Su Yu's body. The blue heart, iron heart, could only be hidden in it. Haha. Finally, the blue heart puppet laughed hoarsely, instantly activating the aquamarine round pearl. Unexpectedly, the moment it was opened, the dark green bead suddenly turned golden and exploded at the same time. At the same time, Su Yu's remains, which had collapsed into flesh and blood, turned into fluorescent light and disappeared from the world. The blue heart puppet's pupils constricted. It immediately realized that it had been tricked. What he had killed was not the real Su Yu, but the illusory soul technique. In the blink of an eye, the blue heart puppet had tossed away the golden bead the instant it exploded. However, in the instant he threw it away, a mighty freeze resounded between heaven and earth. The powerful energy of time flowed over like a flood and swept through the surroundings, causing everything to be frozen in place. Even the blue heart puppet was no exception. Its body froze for an instant. Although it was short, it was enough. Bang! There was an intense explosion, and the blue heart puppet was instantly engulfed in fiery light. Large cracks appeared on its skeleton. The golden bead was none other than a powerful self-destructing weapon that he had snatched from Little Skeleton. Its might was comparable to that of a peak great sage. Although the blue heart puppet's body was tyrannical and invincible, its consciousness was weak. Such a powerful explosion was unable to destroy its body, but it could injure its soul. As expected, the blue heart puppet let out a miserable groan and staggered backwards. Just as it was retreating, a gust of cold wind appeared without warning, piercing its empty back. The puppet's ancestor had said that one of its two weaknesses was its back. If it could injure the inside, it might be able to inflict real damage on the blue heart puppet. "What makes you think that I don't know that you were just stalling for time?" Su Yu said indifferently as he appeared. Although he had only been cultivating for 200 years, he had experienced countless life-and-death battles in his life. He had seen insignificant tricks like this countless times. Trying to deceive him was merely giving him a chance to beat him at his own game. Clang! However, unexpectedly, just as the Absolute Heaven Sword was about to stab into the hole in its back, the blue heart puppet suddenly had an idea. Contrary to its usual behavior, it used its right fist to stab into the hole in its chest, using its fist as the heart to protect the hole. The Absolute Heaven Sword pierced the other party's fist, causing violent sparks to fly. At the same time, the powerful recoil shook Su Yu's arm so much that the Absolute Heaven Sword almost flew out of his hand. The blue heart puppet slowly turned its head, its eyes filled with murderous intent. You deserve to die." Boom! The fist in its heart suddenly shot out a solid beam of blue light, piercing through Su Yu at close range. At such a close distance, and so sudden, anyone else would have died without a doubt. Su Yu had plotted many times, but in the end, he had still been defeated by the absolute disparity in strength. Puff! The blue beam of light instantly pierced through Su Yu, turning his body into a blue crystal. Finally, it fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. "Let's see if you can still die." The blue heart puppet coldly snorted, grabbing the Absolute Heaven Sword with a greedy look in its eyes. This time, it should be Su Yu's true body that was killed. After all, the body could be deceived with illusions, but this sword, which was filled with a vast murderous aura, could not be created with illusions. However, just as the blue heart puppet grasped the Absolute Heaven Sword, a blood-red line on the sword hilt suddenly compressed. That was because the resentful spirits had temporarily given up on suppressing the Absolute Heaven Sword. The Absolute Heaven Sword's own consciousness suddenly erupted, and it uncontrollably attacked the blue heart puppet. The sudden scene caught the blue heart puppet off guard. It had no choice but to grip the Absolute Heaven Sword tightly to avoid harming itself. However, right at that moment, a scene that the blue heart puppet had not expected occurred. Su Yu, who should have been dead, appeared out of thin air on the right side of its body. Then, with a great scythe of 10,000 calamity, he slashed at the puppet's right armpit from below with lightning speed. This attack was so sudden that even the onlookers did not expect it. The blue heart puppet, who was concentrating on suppressing the Absolute Heaven Sword, was even more surprised. What? The blue heart puppet's heart shook violently. Could it be that what it had just killed was Su Yu's illusions? How was that possible? Could it be that, from the start of the fight until now, all of its attacks had been predicted by the other party? Was that some kind of secret technique that could predict the future? No, it was not a secret technique. If it was a secret technique that could predict the future, there would definitely be traces of the secret technique being used. Moreover, that kind of secret technique could only be predicted when the situation was absolutely stable. Usually, a third party would predict the future and inform the battle partner. It was impossible to predict the future while fighting. However, if the other party had only relied on his brain to calculate, the power of his calculations was too incredible. He was a dignified, strong man of the 10,000 saints, and any one of his moves could destroy the heavens and the earth. How could he predict this? In fact, that was indeed the truth. From the very beginning, Su Yu had not locked onto its heart, but its armpit. Everything that had happened before, including allowing the puppet to obtain the real absolute heaven sword, had been Su Yu's intention. He wanted the puppet to let down its guard and mistakenly believe that the person it had killed the second time was the real Su Yu. However, he did not expect that the real Su Yu had only just made his move. Updates will continue at 8:30 p.m. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version. Chapter 30-100. After a series of calculations, Su Yu had finally found the perfect opportunity to strike. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu pushed the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations to the limit and accurately struck the opponent's armpit. The other parts of the blue heart puppet were extremely hard. Even the absolute heaven sword and the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations could not harm it. But right now, the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations had easily cut into the blue heart puppet's bones. The blue heart puppet seemed to have been tortured. Even though it was a 10,000 saint, it let out a shrill scream. Based on its experience, this kind of injury should not have caused it to react in the slightest. But now it was in such excruciating pain. Just as the puppet's ancestor had said, the armpit was one of its fatal weaknesses. As expected, on the surface of the blue heart puppet's body, the blue heart iron, which had been tempered for countless years, began to bubble, as if it was about to break free from the blue heart puppet. Su Yu was delighted. He used all the strength in his body to flick the blue heart iron toward its armpit. If this had been a normal flick, it would have been enough to strike a fatal blow and kill it. But was the blue heart puppet an ordinary person? It clamped its right arm, using its arm strength to clamp the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations under its armpit, preventing Su Yu from continuing to strike. If it had been an ordinary person, they would probably have been at a loss. But who was Su Yu? At the critical moment, Su Yu did not hesitate to activate his mature human saint body. A turbulent, majestic power of the saint body surged into his palm. His strength increased by 30%. With a forceful flick, he broke free from the blue heart puppet's restraints, and the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations sliced down from above. The blue heart puppet screamed. But the moment the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations lost control, its body tilted to one side. The great scythe of 10,000 tribulations did not slash down toward its armpit. Instead, it cut off its right arm. Its right arm, along with the absolute heaven sword in its hand, was severed. A blue pearl could be seen where the arm was severed. It was none other than the blue heart pearl that provided the blue heart puppet with an endless supply of energy. The blue heart iron was attached to the skeleton, and it could only be maintained with energy. This blue heart bead was an important source of energy, second only to the blue heart iron heart. Once it was lost, the blue heart iron on the skeleton would peel off, just like the bubbles that had just appeared. Without the blue heart iron, there was a limit to how strong the 10,000 saint expert's corpse was. With their strength, they could completely suppress it. Unfortunately, the blue heart puppet dodged instinctively at the last moment, causing Su Yu's efforts to be in vain. "I'll kill you." The blue heart puppet was completely exposed. Never in his dreams would he have thought that he would actually suffer the sneak attack of a puny human and nearly lose his life. Su Yu's reaction was extremely fast. Since his plan had failed, he didn't have any time to be depressed. He grabbed the severed arm and the absolute heaven sword with a backhand, then quickly left. When the blue heart puppet fought back, Su Yu used the same trick once again and displayed the soul mist. The blue heart puppet, which had suffered a great loss, became cautious. After dispersing the dense fog, it saw Su Yu, who was not far away. However, it did not dare to attack recklessly for fear of falling into the enemy's hands again. The two forefathers, Mo Hung, and the rest who were watching from afar all gasped. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe that a person who had not even reached the ancient saint realm was able to fight against a greater saint realm expert with a scheme. No, he had the upper hand. Not only had he almost killed the opponent, but he had also chopped off one of the opponent's arms. Whoosh! The ripples beside the two of them shook and Suyu appeared. He put away the absolute heaven sword, and the severed arm in his hand underwent a drastic change. The blue heart iron on it lost its power, turning into bubbles. After the bubbles burst, the blue heart iron quickly cracked. A large area of the blue heart iron peeled off and fell. Suyu immediately kept the blue heart iron that had fallen, not leaving a single bit behind. These were all rare treasures. How could he waste them? Apart from that, there was also a complete, severed arm of the Greater Saint. Even as he held it in his hand, Suyu could feel a frightening power that made him shudder with fear. If you could use it, this arm could become an unparalleled weapon that could injure people. He exerted a sealing spell and kept the arm as well. The blue heart puppet, who had noticed the scene from afar, had a sinister expression. The blue flames in its eyes danced intensely. It said in a low voice, "Human, you have really angered me." A boundless murderous aura quickly swept over with it as the epicenter. Suyu's expression was calm, and he said indifferently, "You speak as if you would have shown me mercy if I hadn't provoked you." From its actions after it had appeared, it was obvious that it wanted to kill everyone present. "No, if you hadn't provoked me, you would have died. But if you provoked me, you would have suffered a fate worse than death." Swoosh! As soon as it finished speaking, the blue heart puppet disappeared into thin air. Without a doubt, its words just now were to stall for time, to attract the attention of Suyu and the others, so that it could teleport through time and kill them with a single blow. But right at that moment, the giant puppet, whose body was half buried in the ground in the Saint clan's territory, suddenly opened its eyes. A towering giant palm stretched out from the ground abruptly, slamming into the air. Bang! That palm actually cut off the blue heart puppet, whose speed was so fast that it could teleport through time. The giant palm slammed down fiercely, slapping the blue heart puppet, who was caught off guard, onto the ground and pinning it down. Rumble! At the same time, the giant puppet crawled out of the ground, its enormous, majestic figure covering the sky and the sun. Suyu revealed a look of relief. He had fought the blue heart puppet with all his might, but it was not a desperate battle. He was only stalling for time for the puppet ancestor. It would be best if he could kill the blue heart puppet, but even if he couldn't, he could still buy enough time for the puppet ancestor to use the giant puppet. Now it seemed that they had succeeded. Damn it, you have deceived the Abyss Puppet Clan for several eras. You can't absolve yourself from death. The puppet ancestor was furious. Not only had the Abyss Puppet Clan been deceived for several eras, but they had also almost been wiped out. How could the puppet ancestor feel at ease if he did not destroy such a deep-seated hatred? The blue heart puppet had been attacked twice, and it was furious. It used one arm to prop itself up from the ground, using its own body to prop up the giant puppet's palm. You bunch of ants are the ones who should be ground to dust. The blue heart puppet roared, pushing up with one arm with all its might. The giant puppet lost control of its body, and it staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the puppet ancestor's skills were superb, and he stepped on it in time. Bang! The entire Songtian mountain trembled violently because of this stomp. The blue heart puppet's body let out an unbearable explosive sound, and under the nervous gazes of the crowd, it burst into pieces in an instant. The people watching from afar all cheered wildly. It was hard to believe that they had really killed a strong fighter of all saints who had appeared out of nowhere. Only Suyu and the few ancestors remained solemn. They could feel that although the blue heart puppet's body had been destroyed, its consciousness was unharmed. Updated tomorrow morning. Chapter 30-101. As expected, the crushed fragments of the blue heart puppet wriggled and gathered together again, quickly reassembling into a complete blue heart puppet. Seeing this, the cheering crowd felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, and their hearts turned cold. The puppet ancestor's face was especially gloomy. After countless years of refinement, the blue heart puppet had already achieved an indestructible blue heart iron body. Even if its body was shattered, it could recover instantly. It was impossible to kill it. With a hint of despair in his eyes, he shouted in a low voice, "Lie down!" The giant palm stomped down fiercely, crushing the blue heart puppet into pieces again. However, it had no effect. The blue heart puppet immediately recovered. Then, as the puppet ancestor stomped on it again and again, the blue heart puppet recovered again and again. Every time, it made the people present feel a little more despair. "Stomp! Stomp! Thanks to you, I already have an indestructible body." The blue heart puppet laughed ferociously. "When you can't stomp anymore, it will be time for me to slaughter all of you." The giant puppet controlled by the puppet ancestor relied on energy to function. It could not be stomped endlessly. Eventually, there would be a time when its energy would be exhausted. When that time came, there would be no powerful force that could compete with the invincible body of the blue heart puppet. It would be the end of the entire Songtian Mountain. The faces of the Greenwood ancestor and the Netherworld ancestor were gloomy. They had provoked an existence that would not leave them alone. It was dangerous, unkillable, and full of murderous intent to take revenge on them. "Cauldron Zune, what should we do?" The Greenwood ancestor looked at Suyu. Among them, only Suyu might have a way to compete with the blue heart puppet. However, unexpectedly, Suyu said seriously, "Inform the sinful lady to lead the cauldron and all the members of the cauldron out of the Songtian Mountain. The further the better. Retreat?" When the two ancestors heard this, their hearts sank. Even the Cauldron Zune could do nothing about it. No, with the blue heart puppet's indestructible body, who could do anything to it? The Netherworld ancestor pondered. "Cauldron Zune, why don't you try to attack again and attack its vital parts?" Didn't Suyu almost destroy the blue heart pearl on his arm and kill him just now? If he could do it again, he would definitely succeed. However, Suyu shook his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the blue heart puppet that was continuously recovering. He asked, "Would you fall at the same place twice?" The Netherworld old ancestor understood what Suyu meant and sighed silently. What a pity! Just now, Suyu had performed a series of tricks and almost dealt a fatal blow to the blue heart puppet. That was his only chance. Having learned its lesson, the blue heart puppet would not give Suyu any more chances. "If I attack now, it will give the blue heart puppet a chance to escape." Suyu understood. The reason the blue heart puppet had been continuously crushed was because it hadn't had a chance to attack. Every time it recovered, it would be crushed by the puppet patriarch. If Suyu, the third party, intervened, perhaps the blue heart puppet could use an external force to break free from the cycle of destruction. By then, it would not be easy to trample on the blue heart puppet. "Do as I say. Immediately command all the creatures on the Songtian Mountain to retreat. If they are unwilling, let them be." Suyu said. There were still a small number of forces on the Songtian Mountain who had not joined the cauldron. If they were willing to listen to Suyu's advice, then so be it. If not, Suyu had no time to care about them. What about Cauldron Zune? The Greenwood ancestor understood what Suyu was implying. It would be more convincing if he went himself. Why did he ask them to go? Suyu said, "I will stay here and try to buy more time for you. Go now." The Greenwood ancestor and the Netherworld old ancestor were moved. At the juncture of life and death, Suyu had not abandoned them. Instead, he was using his life to buy time for them. This was easy to say, but how many people in the world could actually do it? Most leaders use their forces as tools to protect their own interests. But Suyu was the only one who would use his own life to protect the interests of the forces under his command. The Greenwood ancestor had been hesitant, but now he had made up his mind. He had been hesitant about whether to join the cauldron completely. He had only been tempted because the Netherworld old ancestor had removed his clan and completely integrated into the Cauldron. But now there was no more hesitation. Such a leader was hard to find in the world. What else did the Green with Divine clan have to hesitate about? We await the return of the Cauldron Master. The two ancestors bowed and immediately went back to inform everyone to retreat. Suyu leaped onto the head of the giant puppet and said, "Puppet Ancestor, is there anything else you need to say?" At this point, the puppet ancestor could neither escape nor kill the blue heart puppet. In the end, the giant puppet could only be killed by the blue heart puppet after it lost its power. As an old monster who had lived for countless years, he should have understood this. The puppet ancestor's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were full of sorrow. One careless move, and we lost everything. We, the Abyss puppets, asked for it, and we have nothing to do with anyone. I don't blame anyone. In fact, I should thank you for snatching the blue heart, Iron Heart, and preventing this crafty, all-saint strong man from succeeding, the puppet ancestor said with a sigh. If he had obtained the blue heart, Iron Heart, I probably wouldn't even be able to crush him now. By then, he would really be invincible in the world, and we, the Abyss puppets, would not be able to rest in peace. Fortunately, you snatched the heart, and he is still not a complete blue heart, Iron Puppet. Suyu listened silently. He knew that the puppet ancestor must have other instructions. You can take the heart with you. Find a suitable puppet or a suitable body, and fuse the heart into it. That way, you might be able to create a different existence. The puppet ancestor's voice was getting hoarser and hoarser, and he was even a little tired. Manipulating the giant puppet consumed a lot of his energy. Suyu understood what he was implying. The blue heart puppet could be fused into the body of a living creature? This was an artificial heart. This is the secret technique to fuse the heart. Remember it well. The puppet ancestor once again passed on the fusion technique to Suyu through the technique of vibrating the meridians. Suyu accepted it silently and said, "Is there anything else?" The puppet ancestor chuckled. "I would like to ask you to avenge the Abyss puppets, but that is not realistic." The blue heart puppet had reached the point of immortality, and no one in the world could kill it. It was even more impossible for Suyu to do so. "I have nothing to tell you. I only hope that if you can find the other branches of the Abyss puppets, you must pass on the ancestral techniques that we, the Abyss puppets, have mastered to them." The puppet ancestor's voice was filled with infinite sorrow. A scripture, flickering with fluorescent light, gushed out of the giant puppet's body and landed in front of Suyu. Updated at 8:30 p.m. Please remember the domain name of this book, mobile version. Chapter 3102. The scriptures were all written in the language of the heavenly book. Suyu glanced at them and saw the ancestral technique flickering. Suyu grasped it, his heart inexplicably touched. Of all things in the world, only living creatures had sustenance outside of life. Their entire race had been destroyed, but they still hoped that their heritage would not be destroyed, so that their race could continue to exist in the world in another form. This was the pleading of life for continuation. It was both humble and worthy of respect. "I will." Suyu clenched it tightly and added, "Also, I will avenge you. Leave the blue heart puppet to me." The puppet ancestor smiled with difficulty. "Then thank you very much." A smile was all that mattered, not to mention that there was no life and death feud between them. Suyu cupped his fists and turned to the foot of the giant puppet. Looking at the blue heart puppet that had been restored, he took out the blue heart, Iron Heart, and said lightly, "If you want the heart, come and find me. If it's gone, I can't guarantee that I will use it on someone else." As he spoke, he flew off in another direction. The blue heart puppet was furious. "Stop right there." The blue heart puppet's body had already been refined for an epoch. During this epoch, it had endured the entire time, not revealing the existence of its consciousness. all so that the idiots of the sacred puppet race could refine the blue heart, iron heart for it. For this, it had waited for an entire era in torment. In the end, when it finally succeeded, Suyu suddenly appeared and snatched it away. It struggled with all its might, trying to break free from the giant puppet suppression. Humph! Where do you think you're going? The puppet ancestor snorted coldly and stepped down, crushing the blue heart puppet. The latter was furious. Old thing, I will grind your bones to dust. Looking at the furious blue heart puppet, the puppet ancestor could not help but laugh. Evil creature, you want the blue heart, iron heart? Dream on. As he spoke, he kept crushing the blue heart puppet with his foot. The latter was angry, but could not get rid of it. It could only be delayed in its anger and curses. One day passed. The giant puppet's continuous stomps caused the entire Sangtian mountain to sink by 1/10. But the blue heart puppet was indeed made of blue heart iron. Even though the giant puppet had used up most of its energy, it was still in perfect condition. The puppet ancestor panted, his red face turning pale. He looked at Sangtian Mountain, which had been completely evacuated half a day ago, and murmured, "I have tried my best." Looking at the Sangtian Mountain that he had been familiar with for an epoch, the puppet patriarch sighed with emotion. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would sacrifice himself to buy time for the forces he looked down on in Hidden Sky Mountain. Take care of yourselves. The puppet patriarch sighed deeply and slumped to the ground. The giant puppet's energy was exhausted, and its footsteps became slower and slower. Finally, when the blue heart puppet reformed from its fragmented state before the giant puppet's foot had even landed, the blue heart puppet finally had a chance to attack. Bang! Blue heart's puppet suddenly raised its right arm, blocking the giant puppet's foot. No matter how much strength the giant puppet exerted, it was unable to shatter the foot. Now, are you ready to bid farewell to this world? The blue heart puppet revealed a sinister smile. It wrapped its arms around the giant puppet's foot, and then, with a furious roar, it unleashed a mountain-moving, sea-draining force. It lifted the giant puppet, which was 100 times its size, and fiercely smashed it onto the ground. Rumble! With this smash, Sangtian Mountain was shaved off by 30%. Several cracks had also appeared on the giant puppet, and the puppet patriarch in the control room was vomiting blood incessantly. But this was only the beginning. As if taking revenge, the blue heart puppet threw the giant puppet back and forth. Sangtian Mountain, one of the best spiritual lands in the cloud desolate territory, was razed to the ground, revealing the spiritual veins hidden beneath the ground. Then the spiritual veins violently shook and were destroyed. As for the giant puppet, after several violent collisions, it was finally unable to bear the burden and broke apart. The right leg that the blue heart puppet was holding was directly separated from its body. The colossal body of the giant puppet crashed to the ground. Flickering sparks were emitting from all over its body, and thick black smoke was rising from its body. The blue heart puppet grinned sinisterly as it walked to the giant puppet's head. With a stomp of its foot, the head instantly shattered, revealing the puppet ancestor who was on the verge of death. It jumped in and looked down at the puppet ancestor on the ground with its hands behind its back. It said in an incomparably sinister voice, "Old thing, are you ready to die?" The puppet ancestor's expression was calm. He looked at the blue heart puppet and laughed. "How I die is not up to you to decide." HM, the blue heart puppet sensed that something was amiss. It looked around and suddenly discovered that the puppet ancestor's hand, which was pressing down on the ground, seemed to be holding something. When it looked closely, it saw that it was an extremely eye-catching blood-red handle, as if it was some important mechanism. The blue heart puppet's heart jumped. It realized that something was wrong and was about to leave. However, the puppet ancestor laughed resolutely. "Come, let's die together." Crack! The moment the handle was pulled down, the giant puppet's head emitted an unprecedentedly violent explosion. This was a self-destruction mechanism that the giant puppet had designed when it was first refined. In order to prevent the giant puppet from falling into the hands of an enemy, the Abyss puppet race could use a mechanism to detonate the giant puppet's self-destruction mechanism, causing the puppet and the enemy to perish together. Through their calculations, the power of the explosion was infinitely close to the attack of a myriad saint powerhouse. Boom! The world instantly fell into a blinding white. The flames of the explosion radiated out into billions of mountains and rivers, destroying everything within its range. At the center of the explosion, all sound was swallowed up by the explosion, leaving behind only a roar that replaced everything else. The ground where the hidden Heaven Mountain was located began to disintegrate, and the nearby vegetation disappeared. In the end, even the giant puppet itself was shattered, disintegrating into particles. Somewhere, the blue heart puppet that hadn't been able to escape in time reared its head back and roared in pain. In the impact of the explosion, its body was like a shadow in the daytime, slowly dissipating. The shock wave from the powerful explosion set off tsunami-like smoke and dust, sweeping in all directions. The creatures of the hidden Heaven Mountain, who had been gone for half a day, stood on a mountain, looking at the red and white flames in the sky, their eyes filled with shock. In another direction, Suyu stood silently, a complicated look in his eyes. He heaved a long sigh and said, "Rest in peace." He took out the space storage device, and with a thought, the bodies of the 3 ancient sages of the Saint Puppet clan appeared in front of him. In fact, to be precise, the Saint Puppet clan hadn't been wiped out. Previously, the bodies of 3 ancient sages had been possessed by Suyu. Their bodies had been placed in the space storage device, so they hadn't died. The 3 of them were at a loss for a moment. After Suyu briefly described the situation, they looked at the red light of the explosion that had faded behind them, hugging their heads and crying bitterly. Please remember the original domain name of this book, mobile version website. Chapter 3103. There are only 3 of you left in the Puppet Saint clan. You will be responsible for carrying forward the legacy of your ancestor before he died. Suyu handed over the legacy of the Abyss Puppet ancestor to the 3 of them. The 3 of them looked at each other, but no one took it. Instead, they bowed. Since Cauldron Master was entrusted by the ancestor, we are willing to follow Cauldron Master from now on. Today's 9-star civilization was in turmoil. If the 3 of them obtained the legacy, not only would they not be able to carry forward the Abyss Puppet ancestor, but they would also be targeted by many powerful evil forces. Instead of that, it was better to follow Cauldron Master and slowly develop the Abyss Puppet ancestor. If you insist, I welcome you at any time. Suyu took back the scripture and said, "However, you have to complete a task first." The 3 of them were delighted. "Cauldron Master, please speak." Suyu flicked his fingers, and 3 lumps of light entered their minds. Everything that I wanted to say is contained within it. After Suyu spoke, he leaped into the air and left without stopping. The 3 of them were in a trance. After confirming the information in the lumps of light, they were all shocked speechless for a long time. "Cauldron Master, are you serious?" One of the ancient saints was stunned. The other 2 ancient saints were also shocked for a long time. This is ridiculous. Is he really on our side? Suyu's request was so shocking that they began to doubt Suyu's position. The 3rd ancient saint said, "Since you have chosen to join Cauldron Master, don't waver." Cauldron Master chose to sacrifice himself to distract the blue heart puppet for the sake of the creatures of Songtian Mountain. There should be no problem with his position. The other 2 ancient saints hesitated for a while and chose to believe Suyu. The 3 of them left in an instant. Amidst the crackling sounds from the burning ruins of Songtian Mountain, a charred black object suddenly exploded, spewing out a blue fluorescent light. Those were all materials of the blue heart iron. After they landed, they continued to wriggle towards a deep pit. In other directions, large and small fluorescent lights quickly rushed over and gathered in the deep pit. Puff! A pale, white skeletal hand suddenly stretched out from the scorched earth. Then another hand crawled out. Then the head, then the body, and finally the whole body. "Damned ant!" The skeleton said resentfully. He was naturally the blue heart puppet that hadn't died. At this moment his body was covered in cracks, and most of the blue heart iron had fallen off. Only a few places remained. However, the blue heart bead on his severed arm was still there, attracting the gathered blue heart iron to the surface of his body. Not long after, the blue heart golem recovered, apart from his empty right arm. He glanced sideways at his right arm, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Little bastard, you've done me a lot of harm." His torch-like eyes swept across the sky, and at the same time he found a group of creatures from the Tsangtian Mountain and Suyu. The two were in the opposite direction. He had the intention to catch up with Suyu and kill all the creatures on the Tsangtian Mountain. However, if he did that, he was afraid that he would never be able to catch up with Suyu. Although he knew that Suyu was trying to save the creatures of the Tsangtian Mountain, he had no choice but to be led by the nose by Suyu. Exterminate that little bastard first. Then exterminate these ants. The blue heart puppet leaped up, directly disappearing into the sky. Suyu, who was in the chicken wing, suddenly felt his chest heave violently. Did the blue heart puppet catch up, or... Suyu waved his storage device, and the little skeleton, who had transformed into a fire lion, jumped out. He also felt that there was an extraordinary aura behind him that was rapidly approaching. He couldn't help but grin. "Little ancestor, do you dare to provoke some enemies that you can defeat?" The first ancestor of the Soul Saint clan hadn't been dealt with yet, and now another terrifying existence had appeared. The little skeleton couldn't imagine how Suyu had managed to survive until today, provoking this and that. Suyu said lightly, "Provoke? I'm saving myself." "Huh." The little skeleton was stunned, and suddenly thought of something. "Could it be that you provoked this terrifying thing in the first place to deal with the first ancestor?" Suyu said lightly. "Otherwise, why do you think I ran back to the Tsangtian Mountain?" He had long since discovered that there was something wrong with this puppet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to the Tsangtian Mountain so decisively. "Oh my God! You took such a huge risk just to lure that terrifying thing out to deal with the first ancestor?" The little skeleton was incredulous. There were too many unpredictable risks. How could Suyu be sure that he could meet the first ancestor again before the terrifying thing behind him caught up? How could he ensure that the first ancestor and the thing behind him would fight each other? "Little master, you'd better run away quickly." The little skeleton's face changed. "You've underestimated the intelligence of two people who are suspected to be at the level of all saints at the same time. This trick of shifting the blame was a trick that those old monsters had played when they were sick of. It was a fool's dream to want to trigger a life-and-death battle between the two sides. As soon as they met, they would be able to guess that this was deliberately arranged by Suyu to provoke them into a fight and then reap the spoils from the sidelines. If they saw through Suyu's plan, would they be fooled? "Su, you had thought too highly of these petty tricks. I acknowledge their intelligence, but I acknowledge my own even more." Suyu looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with a hint of determination. The little skeleton howled, but could only grit its teeth and run for its life. But it did not have any expectations for Suyu's future. It sighed silently in its heart. The poor Qing Emperor endured for an era, and all his efforts are going to go to waste. The Qing Emperor must have trusted the wrong person. Whoosh! The two of them, one chasing the other, fled for their lives in the endless void once more. The blue heart puppet was extremely fast, not any slower than the first ancestor. It quickly closed the distance between them. The distance between them was not far. After just half a day, the little skeleton looked back and could already see the flickering blue light at the end of the world. It was about to catch up. The first ancestor in Suyu's plan had yet to appear. The little skeleton was sad. How could this be so accurate? The first ancestor was not his marionette. How could he appear in front of the enemy according to his plan? Finally, the blue heart puppet closed the distance again. Even from a distance, the blue heart puppet's cold laughter could be heard. "You can't run away." Su Yu's eyes were calm. He took out the blue heart, iron heart, and said lightly, "First ancestor, if you don't show yourself, I'll return this heart to that monster." Swish! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, his vision blurred. The first ancestor, who had been suppressed by the Heavenly Law Alliance, appeared in front of Su Yu. Her expression was the same, but there was a hint of murderous intent in her eyes as she looked at Su Yu, as well as a hint of fear. "Trying to trick me again," the first ancestor said coldly. Tomorrow night watch period. Chapter 30-104. She had successfully escaped from the giant net-like seal of the Heavenly Law Alliance and was chasing after Su Yu's aura. Who would have thought that Su Yu would come knocking on her door? Having been tricked once, the first ancestor was naturally more cautious. She had hidden herself to see what Su Yu was up to. In the end, she was certain that Su Yu was plotting against her, and he actually knew that she was in the vicinity. He had even planned to shift the blame to her and trigger a fight between her and the unknown being that was chasing after her. "Your plan is really clumsy," the first ancestor said calmly. She took a step back. Not only did she not take the heart, but she also distanced herself from the conflict between Su Yu and the blue heart puppet. Her goal was to kill Su Yu. It made no difference whether she killed him herself or Su Yu was killed by someone else. So what if this seemingly strange heart fell into the hands of the puppet? Did it have anything to do with her? Isn't Su Yu too childish? Or does he think that I'm a fool because he has successfully schemed against me once? She wanted to see how Su Yu would deal with the unknown being alone. Roar! The blue heart puppet approached quickly. It would arrive in a few breaths' time and kill Su Yu immediately. When that happened, Su Yu would not be able to last long in front of the blue heart puppet. His death was a foregone conclusion. At such a critical juncture, Su Yu did something that no one had expected. He threw the blue heart, iron heart, to the first ancestor. The first ancestor, who saw this scene from afar, shook her head slightly. Su Yu must have been driven into a corner. How could he do such a meaningless thing? She shifted her body to the void beside her, avoiding the blue heart, iron heart. However, a shocking scene occurred. She had clearly moved away, but the blue heart, iron heart, seemed to have grown eyes and followed her. Moreover, it predicted where she would move and appeared there ahead of time. As a result, the blue heart, iron heart, hit the first ancestor's body. "Who is it?" The first ancestor swept the blue heart, iron heart away with her palm and looked up into the sky, her expression grave. She was in existence at the level of all saints and had long since surpassed the scope of ordinary creatures. Her future was not something that ordinary people could predict. Unfortunately, in the empty void, no one could respond to her. What made her even more preoccupied was that she suddenly felt the back of her hand heat up. She looked down and saw that the back of her hand was actually stained with some blue fluorescence. The fluorescent light drilled into his flesh and blood, forming a faint heart-shaped pattern. Not far away, the blue heart, iron heart, was gradually disappearing. The first ancestor's careless attack had actually attracted the blue heart, iron heart, to invade his body? A glint flashed in her eyes as a destructive force of myriad saints surged out from her palm, trying to expel the fluorescent light that had invaded her body. However, the fluorescent light had already fused with his flesh and blood, becoming a part of his body. Visible to the naked eye, a blue heart patterned slowly and powerfully beat on the back of her hand. The blue heart, iron heart, in the air had disappeared without a trace. The heart had already been inserted into the body of the first ancestor. The first ancestor's face was extremely gloomy as she stared at Su Yu with her beautiful eyes. "Did you do all of this?" Su Yu shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "You think too highly of me." I haven't even reached the stage where I can predict the trajectory of an all-saint strong man. The person who is plotting against you is in the sky." He pointed to the top of his head. Without a doubt, it was none other than the Emperor of the Sacred Mountain. First Ancestor remained silent. She already knew the answer. The person who was plotting against her was indeed the Emperor of the Sacred Mountain. Only the being up there could predict her trajectory and successfully implant the blue iron heart into her body. However, the first ancestor was a little uncertain. "Are you in cahoots with the Emperor of the Sacred Mountain? What do you think?" Suyu asked. The first ancestor was a little confused. If Suyu was in cahoots with the Emperor of the Sacred Mountain, then why was Suyu being chased by the stone men in the Heavenly Law prison? However, if not, how could Suyu be sure that the Emperor of the Sacred Mountain would secretly attack him? Could it be that he had already predicted that the Emperor of the Sacred Mountain would definitely plot against her and force her to become enemies with the blue heart puppet? If that was the case, wouldn't every move of the Emperor of the Sacred Mountain be under the control of Suyu, a human? Wasn't this too terrifying? This was the first time she had heard of someone being able to plot against the Emperor of the Sacred Mountain. Just as she was in shock and bewilderment, the powerful breath finally arrived. Looking at the blue one-armed puppet in front of her, her beautiful eyes shimmered, and she accurately identified the other party's identity. "You are the All Saints of the human race 7 years ago, Tobalu, right?" "What?" Suyu was secretly taken aback. He hadn't expected the blue heart puppet who was chasing him to kill him to be a strong All Saint of the human race. The blue heart puppet stopped in its tracks abruptly, its gaze fixed on the first ancestor. It hesitantly asked, "Are you from the Soul Saint clan?" Between the two of them, there was an invisible collision of auras, and they were both on guard against each other, especially the blue heart puppet, because it sensed a hint of danger. Its body was strong and invincible, and it feared no one, but its soul was not. Coincidentally, the Soul Saint clan was its nemesis. "I've heard of your name for a long time, Tuobalu." The first ancestor sighed silently. Back then, when she was still an ordinary ancestor of the Soul Saint clan, Tuobalu was already a famous hero of the human race. Afterward, for some unknown reason, Tuobalu disappeared from the 9-star civilization. Unexpectedly, when they saw him again, he had already been refined into a puppet. The changes of the world were really unexpected. The blue heart puppet was also filled with emotion. "I didn't expect that there would still be someone in this world who remembers me. Tuobalu." "Ha ha!" It laughed, its gaze falling on the back of the first ancestor's hand. "Can you return that heart to me? It is very important to me." The first ancestor had no intention of fighting to the death with Tuobalu. She was exceptionally straightforward. "Sure. However, it is a little special, and it seems like I can't take it off." The blue heart puppet nodded and took half a step forward. "I have a way to deal with it, and that is for you to die." The blue heart puppet, who was still sighing with emotion just a moment ago, suddenly had an ominous glint in its eyes. It ordered the killer to attack immediately. A blue beam of light shot out from its eyes, piercing through the space at an unbelievable speed, and reached straight for the first ancestor's body. The first ancestor blinked nonchalantly. "I knew you were up to no good." Her body, which was struck by the blue beam of light, instantly shattered and turned into powder. The blue heart puppet's expression changed. Illusion technique? Even Suyu could use the Soul Saint clan's illusion technique to perfection, let alone the first ancestor. Swish! Not far away, the first ancestor's figure reappeared. Her expression was slightly cold, and she was a little angry and helpless. She didn't want to become enemies with the blue heart puppet for no reason, but now it seemed like she had no other choice. "Before we fight, can you get rid of this annoying human first?" The first ancestor naturally didn't forget about Suyu. She didn't want Suyu to be able to reap the benefits from the side. The blue heart puppet looked at Suyu and grinned eerily. Of course. If it weren't for Suyu, the little brute, meddling, the blue heart iron heart would have long since fused into its body. How could it have ended up in this situation? /book_2063/LGenius 1 second remembered website address, mobile version. Chapter 3105. The two 10,000 saints stared at Suyu at the same time. They had reached an agreement to kill Suyu first. The first ancestor looked at him mockingly. Why? Did you foresee that we would kill you first? Wasn't Suyu able to trick even the Saint Mountain's emperor? Then did he foresee his own end? Unexpectedly, Suyu's face was calm, and he said with an indifferent attitude, "So be it. It's not my real body anyway." What? The blue heart puppet was shocked, looking at the first ancestor. His soul was no longer what it used to be, and he could not tell whether Suyu was real or not. However, the first ancestor was an elder of the Saint clan. Could she not tell? The first ancestor's eyes flashed, and the next moment she appeared in front of Suyu, patting his shoulder lightly. The next moment, Suyu disappeared like smoke. It was indeed Suyu's soul illusion technique. The first ancestor sighed helplessly. His soul ancestral technique is higher than mine, although she was unwilling to admit it. Suyu is indeed the only person in the last 10 eras who had successfully cultivated the soul ancestral technique. She had only cultivated 80% of it, and there was still the other 20% that she could not succeed in. Therefore, if Suyu had used the soul ancestral technique, she would not have been able to tell if he was real or not. This cunning bastard! The blue heart puppet was filled with hatred. It had just been born and thought that it could return to the world and dominate the universe. But it had been tricked by this junior of the same clan. The first ancestor scanned the surroundings with her beautiful eyes, hoping to find Suyu. The blue heart puppet waved its hand wearily. There is no need to look for him. Since he wants to reap the benefits of others, he must have hidden himself well. The blue heart puppet, who had fought with Suyu several times, no longer wanted to waste its energy on him. The most important thing now was to obtain the blue heart iron heart, so that it could become a complete puppet. Although this body was strong, it had a fatal weakness. Ordinary people might not be able to do anything to it, but it would be quite dangerous if it encountered a peerless expert. For example, the first ancestor in front of him. After she withdrew her gaze, she looked thoughtfully at the blue heart puppet's damaged chest, as well as the faintly discernible blue heart pearl where its broken arm was. Other than killing me, is there no other way to take out the Blustheart heart? The first patriarch lifted his wrist. With a mark of the Blustheart, heart pulsed. The blue heart puppet's body was covered in a layer of faint blue light, and it said helplessly, "If I said I did, would you believe me?" First ancestor shook his head. Of course, he didn't believe it. Just then, the blue heart puppet had used its sneak attack to tell her that only by killing her would the blue heart iron heart drop. Then what else is there to say? Shall we fight to the death? The blue heart puppet said gravely. First ancestor sighed and frowned. I really don't want to fight, especially when I'm being schemed against. She was in a terrible mood. She knew that she had been tricked into a fight to the death, but she had no choice but to carry it out. She was disgusted by this kind of overt plot. Then I'll make my move against you. The blue heart puppet had no choice but to take the initiative to attack. The blue light on its body transformed into a tsunami that howled towards the first ancestor. First ancestor remained calm. She spread her fingers, and an invisible soul net appeared in front of her, blocking the blue light. At the same time, two corporeal rays of light flashed through her eyes. The blue heart puppet groaned. Its soul was intensely stimulated, but it gritted its teeth and endured. The blue light in front of it suddenly expanded and rushed over with overwhelming force, wrapping around the first ancestor. But since the first ancestor was a 10,000 saint expert, how could she so easily crystallize? She flicked her 10 fingers, each flick opening up a space. After flicking her 10 fingers, she had already pierced through the tsunami. No matter how much the tsunami struck her, it couldn't harm her at all. The battle between the two had only just begun. The real battle was yet to come. First Ancestor decisively used a soul ancestral technique. A beautiful mark curled around her fingertip, carrying with it a thick Tao of the soul. In that instant, it was like a yellow spring that carried billions of souls surged over. The blue heart puppet laughed. Good. This is the first time I've returned to this world that I'm fighting a serious battle. With a stroke of her index finger, she also displayed an ancestral technique. Although that ancestral technique wasn't as profound as the soul ancestral technique, it was extremely complete. It wasn't much weaker than the incomplete soul ancestral technique of the first ancestor. The two soul ancestral techniques collided in the air. Boom! Boom! The entire void was turned upside down. The nearby space was in chaos, and time was flowing in reverse. Far away, Suyu, who was sitting cross-legged in a galaxy, was affected by the battle between the two 10,000 saints. The galaxy beneath Suyu's feet flowed rapidly, colliding and annihilating each other. His robe fluttered wildly as he looked at the great battle at the end of the world. His heart yearned. Is that the battle of the 10,000 saints? If he reached that level one day, there wouldn't be many places in the entire 9-star civilization that could stop him, right? He clenched his fists. He was even more determined to obtain the legacy of the human ancestor. The heavenly road. He had to climb the heavenly road, reach the end of it, and become the second human ancestor since ancient times. No, he had to surpass the former human ancestor. No matter how strong the human ancestor was, he was still defeated by the Emperor of the Holy Mountain. If he wanted to surpass the Holy Mountain, he had to surpass the former human ancestor. He waited silently. The battle between the two sides lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In those 3 days, Suyu had retreated 10 times, each time a distance of trillions of mountains and rivers. Their battles grew fiercer and fiercer, especially the last time when a world-destroying brilliance erupted. The shock wave engulfed the entire cloud-desolate territory. Apart from strong men like Suyu, most of them died in their battles. What was reflected in Suyu's eyes was a scorched land with no signs of life. The cloud-desolate territory had been completely destroyed. This was the battle between the 10,000 saints. However, after the last blow, the whole world returned to peace. The winner of the battle between them must have been decided. Suyu stood up, took out a jade pendant, and sent a message to the 3 ancient saints he had instructed. After doing this, he rode on the little lion and rushed to the center of the battle. The closer he got to the center, the more he could feel the destruction. Waves of destructive energy reverberated in the air, strangling the remaining energy in the atmosphere. Billions of mountains and rivers away from the center of the battle, there was not even the slightest trace of spiritual energy, let alone path energy. Moreover, Suyu and the little skeleton had to protect themselves with the power of the heavenly lawmaster to move forward. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the chaotic flow of destructive energy. After moving forward with great difficulty, they finally arrived at the center of the battle. In an area that was almost empty, the first ancestor was lying on the ground, and the blue heart puppet was standing where it was. Suyu sighed silently. It was the first ancestor who had fallen. He was a little surprised, and he felt a little sorry for the Soul Saint tribe. If Suyu had not appeared, perhaps the Soul Saint tribe would not have lost a pillar like the first ancestor. However, the next moment, Suyu's eyes changed slightly. This is not right. Please remember the original domain name of this book, mobile version website. Chapter 3106. He keenly sensed that the consciousness of the blue heart puppet had dissipated into dust and ceased to exist. The little skeleton also sensed it and immediately crouched down, its 4 claws wriggling restlessly. As expected, just as Suyu had sensed, the upright blue heart puppet suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. The consciousness in its body had been completely wiped out by the first ancestor's secret soul technique. The first ancestor, who was lying on the ground, moved her fingers and sat up with difficulty. She was panting, and her youthful face was filled with deep exhaustion and weakness. She was a strong martial artist of the All Saints level, but she was only good at the soul, and her body was her weakness. Although the blue heart puppet's consciousness was weak, its indestructible body gave her a great deal of trouble. The two of them fought for several days before the blue heart puppet's consciousness was obliterated and died. She panted heavily and looked at Suyu, who had appeared. Her eyes were wide open and full of annoyance. "I've lived for so long, and I never thought I would be tricked by a junior." This time her body was seriously injured and would need hundreds of years of isolation to recover. She had to admit that she had suffered a great loss. Moreover, she had not gained anything from this battle. She had just been engaged in a life-and-death battle for no reason. Suyu shrugged and said calmly, "You flatter me." In front of his chest, a bright oil lamp appeared, and the mature body of the sacred mortal body appeared. As soon as his figure appeared, it blotted out the sky and covered billions of galaxies. The figure grabbed the blue heart puppet from the Dishon mountain and put it into Suyu's space storage device. The first ancestor stood up with difficulty, her messy hair unable to conceal her stubborn eyes. "You want to kill me? You're not strong enough." She wanted to reap the benefits? That would depend on the strength of this fisherman. Even though she was seriously injured, she was not someone Suyu could covet. Suyu walked over with his hands behind his back. "At this moment, shouldn't you be humbling yourself and trying to mend the relationship between us?" Suyu was strong and she was weak. "If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no need to feign civility." The first ancestor was an ancient and powerful being. How could she lower herself to a human who was not even an ancient saint? Suyu chuckled. "What an honest woman, I like it." However, Suyu's face was shrouded in the shadow of the giant figure, making him look merciless and ruthless. "However, my rationality tells me that I need to eliminate the roots of the weed." He had already offended the first ancestor to the point where he wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. In the future, either he or the first ancestor would die. If the first ancestor was spared today, when the first ancestor recovered from his injuries tomorrow, Suyu would die. Hence, Suyu could not be merciful. Even though he did not hate the first ancestor too much, he did not hate the first ancestor. "Then come." The first ancestor struggled to her feet. She gritted her teeth and vowed to fight to the death. "But before we fight, I want you to answer a question." "Speak." First ancestor said, "Can you predict the future, or have you calculated it?" "I'm saying that the sacred mountain son of heaven will interfere in the fight for the blue heart, iron heart." Suyu's expression was calm as he replied, "Of course I will." Why would he assign the 3 ancient sages of the sacred puppet tribe to carry out a mission that even they were extremely suspicious of? That was because the mission was to send a message to the Stone Man Hall for the remnants of the Cloud Desolate Territories' human ancestor to appear. The Golem Hall would not underestimate this news. They would definitely inform the higher-ups immediately, and the sacred mountain would eventually learn of it. Their wills would descend upon this area, so it was normal for them to discover that the blue heart, iron heart was being fought over. Moreover, with the Holy Mountain's past actions, they could not wait for the remaining experts of the 9-star civilizations to wither away. Only then could they ensure that the Holy Mountain's foundation would not be destroyed. Thus, it was to be expected that the sacred mountain son of heaven would secretly make a move to incite a war between the first ancestor and the blue heart puppet. The human race is truly a wondrous race. First ancestor sighed with emotion. She had lived for nearly 10 eras, and in almost every era, she had witnessed a human almighty being who could shake time and space. Even further away, There was a 10,000 Saints expert who was even more ancient than her, the Blue Heart Puppet's consciousness to Obaloo. More recently, there was the famous human ancestor who surpassed all the great figures of the human race. And this epoch was the most desolate era for the human race. Perhaps it was because of the emergence of world-shaking human powerhouses one after another that the sacred mountain sun of heaven intentionally suppressed the luck of the human race. Up until now, there had not been a single powerful human almighty. But now, the first ancestor had changed his mind. It was not that the human almighty had not appeared, but that he had always been around. It was the first time in 10 eras that she had heard of someone who could even scheme against the sacred mountain sun of heaven. "You flatter me," Suyu said lightly as he confronted the first ancestor from afar. A great battle was about to break out between the two sides. It was only a matter of who would make the first move. The little skeleton was also extremely nervous. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, and no one could say for sure whether Suyu would come out on top or the first ancestor would have the upper hand. Just as the two sides were facing each other, a sudden shadow of light streaked across the space and time, heading straight for them. It was the shadow of a giant ruler that spanned the heavens and the earth, and its entire body was in 9 colors. The moment it appeared, it shook the void and the cloud desolate territory, which had already been scorched, turned into nothingness under its pressure. Under the shadow of the ruler, all things were reduced to nothingness. Suyu's pupil shrank, but he was not surprised. The Emperor's ruler! The clone of Emperor Xiaoyao had once held a replica of the Emperor's ruler, and Suyu had experienced its power. Compared to the replica, the real Emperor's ruler's power was more than 10 times greater. "I've been waiting for this strike for a long time." Since Suyu dared to attract the attention of the Saint Mountain's Emperor, how could he not have foreseen that the Saint Mountain's Emperor would leave behind a trick to kill them? In a flash, Suyu opened his mouth and spat out a mass of liquid that floated above his head. It was none other than Suyu's lifelong possessions, condensed into liquid. It was used to forge a new divine 9-dragon cauldron. Clang! Suyu pointed with one hand, and the mass of liquid flew up into the sky and quickly spread out, turning into a rippling water skin that shrouded the sky. The shadow of the ruler came slashing down, bombarding the water skin. "Idiot! That was an attack from Emperor Xiaoyao himself. How could you resist it?" The first ancestor murmured in despair, even losing the will to resist. If she was at her peak, she could still resist a little, but now that she was seriously injured, she could not muster much strength, so how could she face the attack head-on? However, to the first ancestor's surprise, the water skin actually absorbed the power of the ruler's shadow after shaking violently for a while. With that, the water skin became thicker. Suyu saw it and nodded to himself. He dared to attract the Saint Mountain's Emperor because he was confident that he could face their world-destroying attack. This liquid was his trump card. He had accidentally discovered that this liquid could contain anything, even attacks. However, he was not too sure if the Saint Mountain's Emperor's attack could be withstood. Now that he tried, it worked. "Although I really want to kill you, it seems that now is not the time," Suyu said regretfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant shadow carried Suyu and the little skeleton and rushed across the sky. He had to leave this place before Emperor Xiaoyao himself arrived. Chapter 3107. Swoosh! However, as soon as Suyu left, the first ancestor turned around and followed Suyu. "Split up, otherwise we will all die." Suyu frowned. If the two of them split up, the Emperor of Xiaoyao wouldn't be able to pay attention to 2 places, and one of them might be able to survive. However, if they stayed together, it would give Prince Xiaoyao a chance to kill them both. The first ancestor passed the little skeleton in a flash and said, "No, you have a treasure that can absorb Prince Xiaoyao's attack, and I have the movement technique of the 10,000 saints. If we work together, we will have a chance to survive. Otherwise, the chances are slim. The 10,000 saints are unfathomable, and Prince Xiaoyao is even more so. Don't expect to survive if we split up. Su Yu looked helpless and sighed heavily. All right, let's reconcile for now. Deal. In the face of life and death, they chose to cooperate. The first ancestor could not help but feel proud. No matter how Su Yu planned, he had to adopt her plan because of the situation. However, what she did not notice was that Su Yu's lips curled into a meaningful smile, which quickly disappeared before the first ancestor looked at him. The little skeleton sensed something. He stuck out his tongue and secretly said, "Young master, don't tell me you're plotting something again?" Su Yu smiled without saying a word. Of course, he had a plan. How could someone as shrewd as Su Yu not know that when facing Prince Xiaoyao, splitting up was useless? The best way was to unite with the first ancestor. Only then would there be a greater chance. However, if Su Yu had been the one to propose a truce and unite against the common enemy, would the first ancestor have agreed? With her vigilance against Su Yu, she would probably reject it immediately. Therefore, Su Yu waited for her to propose it herself. This was the reason why Su Yu had decisively left on his own, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Only then would the first ancestor be willing to stop the battle on his own. Hold on to me. The first ancestor displayed her movement technique. Su Yu and the little skeleton looked at each other and grinned. Each of them grabbed one of the first ancestor's arms. Swoosh! The first ancestor's movement technique was extraordinary. In an instant, they disappeared from the cloud-desolate territory and moved to another territory. However, Prince Xiaoyao's targeting did not disappear because of that. After 10 breaths, Su Yu and the first ancestor were locked on by him again. A ruler shadow that transcended the stars came crashing down. Su Yu once again took out the melted liquid used to refine the divine nine-dragon cauldron and absorbed the strike. After absorbing it, the melted liquid became even purer, becoming much clearer from its initial murky state. Seeing this, the first ancestor relaxed and continued to use his movement technique. After moving for the second time, Emperor Xiaoyao's gaze locked onto them again after 100 breaths. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, every time they moved, it would take longer for Emperor Xiaoyao to find them again. After moving for 100 times, Emperor Xiaoyao spent a whole day to find them again. First ancestor gritted his teeth and continued to use his movement technique. In this way, both sides were practically competing in patience, and a long and drawn-out battle unfolded. 1 month later, the first ancestor was so exhausted that she had already forgotten how many times she had used her movement technique. She only knew that she was 100 times more exhausted than when she had been chasing after Su Yu. And Xiaoyao, son of heaven, had not locked onto them for more than 10 days. From the looks of it, they had managed to shake it off. Who? First ancestor finally lost all of his strength and collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. She had experienced the great battle with the blue heart puppet and the pursuit of son of heaven Xiaoyao. It could be said that she was extremely exhausted. Tired. That's good. Little skeleton, tie me up. Su Yu and the little skeleton looked relaxed. Not only were they not tired, but they had also replenished their strength while they were escaping. The first ancestor opened her eyes with difficulty and showed a hint of self-mockery. As expected, she knew that she had fallen into Su Yu's trap again. However, if you want to touch me, you'd better be cautious. A spark appeared between the first ancestor's brows, and a thunderbolt-shaped mark appeared out of thin air. Looking at the mark, Su Yu felt his soul shiver, and it even showed signs of being forced out of his body. This was just the appearance of the mark. If it was activated, this is a secret technique passed down by the ancestors of the Saint Soul clan. Once it is activated, the enemy will be cursed by the bloodline of the soul for eternity. Every day, their souls will feel like they are being burned by the sun until they perish. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Of course, Su Yu believed her. He was also a soul expert, and he had a deep understanding of the secret techniques of the soul. That mark was definitely dangerous. No, it was several times more dangerous than what she had said. The little skeleton understood, and immediately said with a smile, "Ancestor, what are you thinking? What the little master means is to tie a rope for you so that you won't be alone. We have to continue our journey, but you already have no strength left, right?" The first ancestor laughed. "Is that so? Of course. I am the mount of the Qing Emperor after all. Lying is beneath me." The little skeleton patted his chest. Rumble! A thunderbolt fell without warning, landing right in front of the little skeleton's toes. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. Even the heavenly law couldn't stand it. He felt that the little skeleton was lying. The little skeleton was embarrassed, and he couldn't help but raise his head and curse. "Damn it, I didn't swear. Why did you strike me?" The first ancestor flicked her hair and said, "Which one of you is tied to me?" Him. Su Yu and the little skeleton pointed at each other at the same time. What a joke! Who would want to be tied to this ancient woman? What if she did something to him? Wouldn't he be turned into ashes? Su Yu glared at the little skeleton. "You asked for it, so finish tying me up with tears." Really, the little skeleton's excuse wasn't very good. The first ancestor said lazily, "I hope you can carry me on your back." Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Yu, and there was a meaningful look in her eyes. Su Yu waved his hand. "Forget it. You and I are both 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are we talking about strange stories? We both know what we are up to, so there is no need to lie to each other." Su Yu knew what the first ancestor wanted to do. She wanted to do something to prevent Su Yu from attacking her when she was weak. "We are not in a good situation now, so it is better not to kill without permission." Su Yu looked at the sky warily. The first ancestor agreed. Yes, it is better that way. The two hit it off, and the conflict was temporarily resolved. Su Yu looked around, and only felt that the space here was a little dreamy, hazy, and unreal. "Where is this?" "The Nine-tailed Emperor realm," the first ancestor said lightly. "Huh." Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The Nine-tailed Emperor should be the first emperor he had come into contact with, but it was just a body. Seeing that there was no one around, and the first ancestor needed to rest, Su Yu found a safe place. He also needed to study the blue heart puppet that he had just obtained. This puppet was a peerless treasure. Chapter 3108. Seeing Su Yu fiddling with the puppet, the first ancestor's aloof eyes revealed a rare hint of jealousy. First ancestor had personally fought against this puppet, so he knew how powerful it was. If he could refine it for his own use, it would greatly enhance his combat strength. Seeing that Su Yu's attempts to refine the puppet had failed many times, the first ancestor chuckled. "Don't waste your energy. This puppet isn't something you can refine." "Really?" Su Yu was unwilling to give up. After all, such a powerful treasure was right in front of him. Yet he couldn't use it. The first ancestor sized up the blue heart puppet and said, "This is forged using the 10,000 Holies body of the Tuoba sect as the main material. Unless your soul force is strong enough to control the 10,000 Holies body, you won't be able to do so." Su Yu had seen many doctrine artifacts, so he was enlightened by her words. The reason why he was unable to refine it was due to the myriad sage body. Su Yu was deeply aware of how powerful the All-Saint body was. A strong All-Saint who had died for several eras could ruthlessly plot against the Puppet Saint clan, deceiving them into refining his body for him. Su Yu had not even reached the level of an ancient saint. It was unrealistic for him to dream of occupying the All-Saint's body. In the end, it was all because his cultivation was still too low. It seemed like he would have to find a way to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage as soon as possible. "If you hand it over to me, I can exempt you from the crime of secretly learning our soul-sacred race's ancestral technique. From then on, no one will be able to kill you," first ancestor suggested. Su Yu chuckled. "Your Soul Saint clan is incompetent. Yet you can't bear to see someone else learn the complete soul ancestral technique? First ancestor openly admitted, "You can say that. What we can't learn, we can't let others learn." The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. He continued to study the blue heart puppet and said, "Dream on." First ancestor's expression was tranquil. "If you don't give us an explanation, we won't let this matter rest." Su Yu shrugged his shoulders and focused on studying the blue heart puppet. He tried to use his own soul to pass through the blue heart iron's cover and touch the all-sage's body within. But as soon as he touched it, his soul was fine, but he felt a searing pain in his chest. "What's going on?" Su Yu was secretly surprised. He immediately retrieved his soul and tore open his chest. An image of a hideous demon had appeared on his chest. First ancestor looked over and recognized him immediately. He revealed a gloating expression. "Oh, you were cursed by the Heaven-Covering clan. You're in big trouble. As far as I know, the curse of the Sky-Cover clan is extremely powerful. Even I might not be able to break free from the curse." This curse was indeed given to him by Gaetian Mo before he died. However, his original intention was not to kill Su Yu, but to leave his mark on Su Yu's body so that his people could find Su Yu and take revenge for him. Coincidentally, the experts of the Gaetian clan found Su Yu, but they didn't kill him to avenge him. Instead, he said that there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Not only did he not kill him, but because he recognized Su Yu's strength, he invited him to join him in killing a severely injured All-Saint strong man who had escaped from the grave of the ultimate emperor. If Gaetian Mo knew about this, he would definitely be very disappointed. However, what Su Yu was curious about was why touching the All-Saint's body would trigger the curse on him. With some doubts, Su Yu once again touched the All-Saint's body with his soul. As a result, the curse in his chest, which had calmed down with great difficulty, erupted again. Both attempts yielded the same result, and a bold idea came to Su Yu's mind. Could it be that this all-saint strong man had also been cursed by the Gaetian clan when he was alive? He suddenly remembered that when the experts of the Gaetian clan found him, they once said that the ancestors of the Gaetian clan had once used the ancestral technique on a stone man of the all-saint strong man, causing the all-saint strong man to change his temperament and start a massacre. In the end, it was Prince Xiaoyao who attacked and killed him. Could it be that the all-saint strong man killed by the Gaetian clan was the all-saint's body in the blue heart puppet? However, the all-saint strong man in the blue heart puppet seemed to be from the human race. And his name was Tuoba Lu, right? Thinking of this, Su Yu asked, "First ancestor, is Tuoba Lu really the all-saint of our human race?" The first ancestor was surprised that Su Yu would ask this question, but she didn't think it was a secret, so she didn't put up her guard. She said lightly, "He used to be." "What do you mean?" The first ancestor said, "He used to be a strong man of your human race. He cultivated to the peak of the great saint realm and achieved the state of half a step to all saint, but he was never able to take that step. In the end, he became a disciple of the stone man and accepted the baptism of the holy mountain. He changed from a human to a stone man, and with the help of Prince Xiaoyao, he finally broke through the shackles and became an all-saint strong man." Su Yu suddenly understood. This made sense. He was deep in thought. He and the all-saint body had the same curse. So, could he control the blue heart puppet through the curse? After cultivating the many ancestral techniques on the ultimate divine monument, Su Yu gradually understood that all ancestral techniques were derived from later generations. Su Yu also wanted to learn how to create his own techniques, and not just learn from the predecessors. He sat cross-legged, his fingers incessantly drawing one remnant mark after another in the air, hoping to create a technique that could connect the two ancestral techniques. The first ancestor was recuperating. She glanced at Su Yu and noticed his strange movements. At first, she didn't care, but as she watched, her beautiful eyes slowly condensed into a hint of surprise. At first glance, The remnant mark that Suyu displayed was neither fish nor fowl. It had the characteristics of this clan's ancestral technique and the advantages of another ancestral technique. It was like a hodgepodge, messy. But as Suyu displayed it again and again, the remnant mark became more and more smooth and clear. Moreover, it gradually got rid of the traces of the ancestral techniques of other clans, becoming a strange and brand new ancestral technique. The first ancestor was dumbfounded, and a thought that even she didn't quite believe popped up in her mind. Was Suyu creating an ancestral technique? That was impossible, wasn't it? Any ancestral technique was the result of a clan's tempering thousands of times, and it was difficult to take shape without dozens or hundreds of eras. Suyu, relying on the strength of a single person, created an unprecedented ancestral technique in just 2 hours? Not to mention that it was unbelievable to hear it. Even seeing it with her own eyes was unbelievable. After another 2 hours, the ancestral technique was completely formed. Suyu pointed down, and a bright and dazzling ancestral technique flashed around his body. He had integrated thousands of ancestral techniques and had already mastered them. It wasn't difficult to create the ancestral technique that he wanted by drawing on the strengths of each clan. The premise was that this ancestral technique was only at the lowest level, and its power was very limited. If the level was higher, then Suyu's comprehension wouldn't be able to achieve it. He pointed his finger between his eyebrows, drawing out a long remnant mark, and then pointed at the blue heart puppet's forehead. A remnant mark connected Suyu and the blue heart puppet. The image of an evil ghost appeared on the chests of both Suyu and the blue heart puppet. However, Suyu's color was darker, and the blue heart puppet's was very light. After all, Suyu had just been cursed, but the blue heart puppet had been around for many years. Chapter 30-109. Through the two curses of the same origin, Suyu tried to control the blue heart puppet. Rise! Suyu bellowed. He used his mind to control the curse on the other party, and then control the puppet's body. However, the result disappointed Suyu. The blue heart puppet did not move at all. The first ancestor secretly heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was shocked to see Suyu create the ancestral technique himself. She was afraid that Suyu could really control the blue heart puppet. If that was the case, they would be in big trouble. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. She curled her lips slightly, retracted her mind, and seized the time to recover. She closed her eyes and said softly, "Don't dream about unrealistic things. You can't use that puppet." Suyu sighed heavily as if he had resigned himself to his fate. The blue heart puppet put away the space storage device. However, what the first ancestor did not notice was that when Suyu grabbed the blue heart puppet's shoulder, the puppet's palm also quietly grabbed it. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he calmly took back the blue heart puppet. How could the ancestral technique that he had specially created be a waste of effort? The answer was, of course, success. He was just confusing the first ancestor so that she would not be on guard. When the opportunity was ripe, he would give her a pleasant surprise. The two of them rested on the spot. 2 hours later, they had almost recovered and continued on their way. A few days later, they arrived at the central area of the nine-tailed Emperor realm. During this time, Xiaoyao, son of heaven, never locked onto them again. "We may have successfully shaken him off," the first ancestor said with certainty. No matter how powerful Xiaoyao, son of heaven, was, there was a limit to how many targets he could lock onto. "I need to find a place to recuperate." The first ancestor was exhausted. The blue heart puppet had seriously injured him, and after a long period of fleeing, his injuries had gradually worsened. If he did not receive treatment in time, the consequences would be unpredictable. Suyu frowned and looked around. "Are you sure we have really shaken off Xiaoyao, son of heaven?" Based on his many experiences fighting with the clone of Xiaoyao, son of heaven, he knew that this person was cunning and extremely sinister. How could he be so easily shaken off? The first ancestor was a little too naive. "It's better to continue on our way. Don't stop," Suyu said. "It's only safe if he doesn't lock onto us for at least a year." A year? The first ancestor couldn't help but laugh out of anger. "Do you know how much my year-long journey takes out of my body?" It had only been a month or so, but she already felt that her body had reached its limit, and she had no choice but to find a place to recuperate. If she were to really travel for a year, even her 10,000 sage's body would find it hard to endure. Without any explanation, the first patriarch descended into an ordinary small city, found a secret chamber with dense heavenly Tao, Lord Qi, and immediately began to meditate. Suyu sighed. Since that was the case, they could only part ways. "Little skeleton, let's go." He had tried to persuade the first ancestor, but the first ancestor didn't believe him. Although little skeleton wasn't as fast as the first patriarch, he was at least 70% as fast as the first patriarch. All right. The little skeleton immediately transformed into a lion and set off. Time ticked by. After a whole month, they were about to pass through the entire nine-tailed emperor realm. The border was right in front of them. In another half a day's journey, they would be able to leave the nine-tailed emperor's realm completely. "Continue." Suyu urged the little skeleton, who was so tired that it wanted to rest, to leave as soon as possible. However, the little skeleton suddenly scratched the ground with all four limbs and said uneasily, "Little master, do you feel that?" Suyu looked around, and his pupils shrank abruptly. At the border, there was a faintly discernible mass of gray smoke. It was rolling in from the outside indiscriminately. Within the smoke, it was filled with densely packed stone men. They were holding all kinds of Taoist artifacts in their hands, almost digging 3 feet into the ground in search. Suyu's expression changed, and he immediately moved to the other side of the border. The result was the same. Everywhere he looked, there were majestic stone men, and their numbers were indescribable. The little skeleton sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it! Did Xiaoyao, son of heaven, summon all the descendants of the emperor? This is almost like the scene when the human ancestors attacked the holy mountain back then. Xiaoyao, son of heaven, made such a big fuss. Firstly, the blue heart puppet and the blue heart iron heart were of great use to them. Secondly, the more important reason was Suyu. Xiaoyao, son of heaven, had probably sensed Suyu's presence. His desire to kill Suyu had existed for a long time. Now that he had finally found Suyu, how could he let him go? "I told you, Xiaoyao, son of heaven, wouldn't give up so easily." Suyu's eyes darkened. The other party didn't give up on tracking them at all, but deliberately gave them the wrong impression to lower their guard and stay in the nine-tailed emperor's realm. This gave him the opportunity to surround the entire emperor's realm. Now, every corner of the border was filled with the army of stone men, and they were shrinking rapidly as they swarmed inwards. Suyu had no choice but to retreat, his heart sinking. The little skeleton grumbled. "It's all that old woman's fault." If she had listened to the young master and continued on their way, she might have taken us away from the nine-tailed emperor's realm and escaped the encirclement. Great, now we're completely surrounded. Suyu frowned. Now was not the time to complain. It was better to meet up with the first ancestor as soon as possible. A month later, Suyu returned to the small city. The news from the border flew back to the city as if it had grown wings. Just as he returned, the first ancestor sensed his presence. He immediately flashed over and scolded, "Where have you all been? Why are you only back now? Do you know that something big has happened?" The little skeleton said impatiently, "Did Prince Xiaoyao send the stone men to surround the nine-tailed emperor's realm?" The first ancestor frowned. The little skeleton almost roared. "You still have the cheek to say that? We were already at the border, but we witnessed it with our own eyes." What? The first ancestor was shocked. Suyu and the others had already been to the border? She immediately suppressed her anger and looked a little ashamed. "I was careless. I didn't expect Prince Xiaoyao to be so impatient. The little skeleton's nostrils flared. Are you satisfied now? We're like turtles in a jar. Su Yu waved his hand and gestured for the little skeleton to shut up. The most important thing now is not to determine who is responsible, but to figure out how to escape from their encirclement, Su Yu said. The first ancestor tidied her hair around her ears. She was extremely remorseful, and her tone became much more polite. Sacred Body Su, do you have any wise ideas? After several encounters with Su Yu, and after this lesson, she was obviously much more polite to Su Yu. She reluctantly regarded him as an equal. Su Yu muttered, "They've dug 3 feet into the ground to search. The process is very slow, and they won't find this place in a short time. However, because of this, it may be difficult to hide from them no matter how we try to deceive them," Su Yu said hesitantly. In this regard, the first ancestor deeply agreed. Prince Xiaoyao had paid a huge price to deploy such a large number of stone men here. He would never let them get away so easily. Chapter 31:10. The first ancestor continued to listen patiently and said, "And then, Su Yu said slowly, maybe we can try to break out of the encirclement." The current encirclement meant that the search teams were all scattered in the vast encirclement. When the encirclement shrank, there would be more and more soldiers everywhere. Now was the best time to break out of the encirclement. Break out of the encirclement. The first ancestor was skeptical. Since you arrived at the encirclement a month ago, why didn't you break out? Su Yu said calmly, "Because we share the same fate. I couldn't bear to see you alone, so I came back to look for you." In fact, was there a greater danger outside the encirclement? Su Yu couldn't predict it. Without someone like the first ancestor as a scapegoat. No, it was too risky to travel with such an expert. "Do you think I'll believe you?" The first ancestor was both annoyed and amused. Did Su Yu really think she was a young girl? In this world, Su Yu was the one who wanted her dead the most. As long as she died, not only would he be able to get rid of his worries, but he would also be able to obtain the blue heart iron in her body. You don't believe me? Same here. Su Yu shrugged. There's no time to lose. Let's move immediately. All right. The two of them did not stop. This time, with the first ancestor's movement technique, it only took them half a month to reach the edge of the 9-tailed heavenly realm from the center. As Su Yu expected, because of the long search line, their search was very slow. 1 or 2 months passed, and they did not make much progress. The two of them hid in the bushes and concealed their auras like stone men. The distance between each stone man is about a mile. It will be very difficult for us to break out without alerting anyone, the first ancestor said, squinting her eyes. The stone men's senses were very sensitive, especially when many of them were together. They could even form a special aura. Even if a fly flew between them, they would be quickly discovered, not to mention 2 living people. Su Yu agreed. That's why I said to break out of the encirclement, not to hide. If he could hide alone, Su Yu would have escaped long ago. Why would he go back to meet up with the first ancestor? The two of them looked at each other and seemed to see the hidden meaning in each other's eyes. They said in unison, "You're not cheating, are you?" After saying that, Su Yu and the first ancestor were stunned. First ancestor couldn't help but mock himself. It's hard to imagine that I'm actually on par with a 200-year-old midget. Her astuteness and cunning came from the accumulation of almost 10 epochs. As for Su Yu, he was merely 200 years old, yet he had an intelligence that was comparable to hers. It was unbearable. However, it seems like you're the one who likes to play tricks, aren't you? The first ancestor stared at Su Yu, her beautiful eyes narrowing into slits. All along, Su Yu had been scheming against her. On the other hand, she, an ancestor, had disdained scheming against a mere human. Su Yu had a solemn look on his face. "I promise that I will definitely not plot against you." It's more important for us to escape now. So we should cooperate sincerely, Suyu said. The first ancestor rolled his eyes at Suyu. It's good that you know that. I'm warning you, don't be petty. Definitely. Suyu retracted his gaze and looked at the stone man in front of him who was slowly searching for him. He took a light breath. When the time came, the first ancestor suddenly launched an attack. With a flick of her finger, a whirlwind of the 10,000 saints level rose from the ground, sweeping away all the stone men within 10,000 miles in front of her. Since they could not escape by stealth, they might as well break through the encirclement openly. Let's go. The first ancestor grabbed Suyu, and the two of them instantly rushed out of the border of the nine-tailed emperor's realm and reached the outside. What they saw was a stretch of yellow sand and an incomparably empty sky. Just as they were about to break free, an extremely powerful red light suddenly shot out from the yellow sand. Do it, the first ancestor scolded. Suyu immediately used the mass of liquid and absorbed the red light until there was not a trace left. When they fixed their eyes on it, their pupils shrank as they discovered that under the yellow sand there were tens of thousands of emerald green eyes with only a corner of them showing. Each eye was filled with emerald green light. How could Suyu be unfamiliar with these things? They were all replicas of the nine-tailed emperor's eyes, and the nine-tailed emperor's eyes could kill all living creatures. Although the red beams of light in these replicas were far less powerful than the real nine-tailed emperor's eyes, their power was not to be underestimated. If they were hit, even the strong men of the 10,000 saints would suffer. With so many replicas, if a large area was hit, even the strong men of the 10,000 saints would die. The nine-tailed emperor's heaven-destroying artifact of the past. The first ancestor cried out in horror. The so-called heaven-destroying artifact was a doctrine artifact that every emperor of the Holy Mountain possessed, and there were often countless of them. They had been nurtured by the emperors for countless years, and their power had increased day by day. What the first ancestor did not expect was that Emperor Xiaoyao had taken out the nine-tailed emperor's heaven-destroying artifact to deal with them. It should be known that if the heaven-destroying artifact was not used personally, it would damage its essence every time it was used. After this use, most of it would probably be scrapped. For the sake of the two of them, he did not hesitate to destroy the heaven-destroying artifact. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-destroying artifact flickered with red light, and beams of blood-red light crisscrossed as they shot towards them, leaving them with no means of evading. Suyu did not dare to hesitate. He immediately waved the liquid and flattened it into a round cake, shielding the two of them. Swoosh! Swoosh! The thin layer of transparent liquid round cake in front of them kept sinking as if it was about to be penetrated by the red light beams. However, every single one of them was blocked by the heaven-destroying artifact. Just like that, after the red light beams that filled the sky were extinguished, the first ancestor heaved a long sigh of relief. He immediately grabbed Suyu and leaped out of the yellow desert in front of them. With the first ancestor's body movement technique, he could travel through billions of mountains and rivers in an instant. However, the nearby stone men finally reacted. They immediately sent out a signal to inform Emperor Xiaoyao, who was in the unseen world. Their existence was not to kill the two of them, but to find them and inform Emperor Xiaoyao immediately. The first ancestor looked indifferent. He said thoughtfully, "Human, it's time for us to part ways." As his voice trailed off, he loosened his grip and threw Suyu behind him. At the same time, he used his ultimate body movement technique and disappeared without a trace. At the critical moment, she left Suyu behind and let him divert Emperor Xiaoyao's attention while she escaped calmly. The little skeleton was furious. "Aya, this be **starred. She is scheming against us." She had just confidently said that it was Suyu who had been scheming against her. In the end, as soon as she turned around, she started to scheme against Suyu. Moreover, it was at such a critical moment. Those stone men could not lock onto the first ancestor, but they could lock onto Suyu and report his location in time. Suyu chuckled. It's not certain who is scheming against whom. What? The little skeleton's eyes widened. You have been dumped, and you still want to flatter yourself? Chapter 30, 111. It looked around and saw the stone men surrounding them. It seemed that they had been targeted, and Prince Xiaoyao had been informed. If nothing went wrong, Prince Xiaoyao's search would soon be in this area. By then, they would have to go through a long escape. Get ready, Suyu said in a low voice. The little skeleton had no idea what Suyu was going to do, but it was ready to use its body movement. Right at this moment, the first ancestor, who had gone far away, flew back. Moreover, she was wounded all over, and several of her wounds were fatal. It seemed that she was wounded by the heaven-destroying artifact. No way! There is an ambush outside? The little skeleton suddenly realized. It couldn't help but shiver. This Prince Xiaoyao is too cunning. He deliberately made people think that the heaven-destroying artifact after the stone men was the last ambush. However, in fact, the first two were used to confuse them, and the real killing weapon was left at the end. Judging from the first ancestor's injuries, the heaven-destroying artifact waiting for her was much more than expected. Let's go! Suyu yelled. The little skeleton roared. Ha ha ha, old woman, you tricked us. You deserve to be ambushed. Its four limbs kicked off, and it quickly tore through the air, flying in the opposite direction of where the first ancestor had come from. The two passed by each other in the air. Suyu looked forward calmly as if he had everything planned out. You tricked me again. The first ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood with difficulty as she watched Suyu and the little skeleton fly away. She finally understood why Suyu didn't struggle after being left behind. Instead, he waited quietly in the same place, because he had calculated that there must be another ambush outside. He didn't tell her, but waited for her to go there and trigger the ambush. Now, the heaven-destroying artifact there had been used once, so its power had been greatly reduced, or it had been directly destroyed. The threat would be reduced a lot. In addition, Suyu had the mysterious liquid, so he wouldn't be hurt. Most importantly, she was seriously injured and couldn't escape. She could only stay and be targeted by Prince Xiaoyao, so Suyu could escape. The first ancestor was depressed to find that she couldn't beat a 200-year-old boy. Seeing Suyu's back disappear from her line of sight, she understood that if she did not have any way to salvage the situation, she might really be buried with him. She instantly weighed the pros and cons in her mind and finally made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're lucky." Her hands formed a seal, and a colorful butterfly-shaped soul flew out from between her eyebrows. Go. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the colorful butterfly soul. With the drop of blood in its mouth, the colorful butterfly instantly traversed the space and caught up with Suyu. It shot toward Suyu's back with lightning speed. Suyu sensed that something was amiss and immediately maneuvered the little skeleton to dodge to the side in time. However, just as Suyu was dodging, the colorful butterfly suddenly flapped its wings and increased its speed by 100 times. With a whooshing sound, the butterfly entered Suyu's heart. A heart-wrenching pain came, and it was getting more and more intense, as if there was a raging flame burning in his heart. At the same time, the first ancestor's voice came from his soul. "I'm sorry, this is the only way." The first ancestor's soul voice said, "This is one of the most powerful secret arts of the sacred soul tribe, soul fusion. Now your soul and my soul are one. If my soul is injured or destroyed, your soul will suffer the same damage or die." What? Suyu's eyes darkened. He hated secret arts that were similar to curses the most. They easily linked the lives of both parties together, and they were bound together for good or bad. He looked at the damaged heaven-destroying artifact not far in front of him, and then looked at the vast sky in front of him. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Go back! That damned old woman." Even Suyu couldn't help but be annoyed. In the end, he had underestimated the strong men of the All Saints. They had endless tricks, and he would be tricked if he was not careful. The little skeleton had to turn around and go back. Soon, it returned to the encirclement and found the seriously injured first ancestor on the ground. Crack! Without saying anything, Suyu pulled out the absolute heaven sword and placed it on her neck. He said fiercely, "Don't tell me you can't break this secret art." The first ancestor coughed up blood, but there was a smile on her face. What do you think? At this moment she could still smile. Moreover, she was smiling proudly, as if she had tricked him as well. She was an old monster who had lived for nearly 10 years, and she had tricked a junior. What was there to be proud of? Suyu clenched the absolute heaven sword. He really wanted to kill this woman with a sword. Since they met, she had always been the symbol of trouble. From the Soul Saint tribe, she had chased them all the way to the Tsangtian Mountain, then out of the Tsangtian Mountain, and finally caused them to be stranded in the territory of the Nine-Tailed Emperor. Now, she had even taken the liberty to link their souls together. However, as the first ancestor said, their souls were now one. Suyu hurting her was equivalent to hurting himself. Ah! Suyu roared at the sky, grabbed her, and threw her on the back of the little skeleton. He then drove the little skeleton to continue to rush out of the encirclement. However, the encirclement of the stone men had closed again. Moreover, an incomparably powerful was sweeping over from the periphery. That was the sense of the Xiaoyao Emperor, who was sweeping in from the outside. If they rushed out now, they would be discovered in an instant, and then they would be locked down. It's over, we're dead. The little skeleton was trembling. Suyu gritted his teeth, urged the little skeleton to turn around, and fled frantically towards the interior of the Nine-Tailed Emperor. They fled for 10 days straight, and arrived at the center of the Nine-Tailed Emperor's territory. There were many forces here, and it was exceptionally prosperous. However, no matter how prosperous it was, those forces did not dare to fight against the Xiaoyao Emperor. No one could help them. The powerful will behind them did not go far away because of their escape. In a day at most, they would be swept by it, and then they would be completely locked down. Suyu's mind was racing, but ideas flashed through his mind one by one, and they were all rejected. The scanning of the Xiaoyao Emperor could not be deceived by ordinary concealment techniques. While he was deep in thought, the first ancestor, who had recovered slightly, said hesitantly, "The scanning of the Xiaoyao Emperor mainly targets the soul. Unless we change our soul, no disguise will work." Suyu's heart sank even more. Changing the soul was easier said than done. The soul was the origin of life, so how could it be changed arbitrarily? He had mastered the complete soul ancestral technique, but he had never understood the secret technique of changing the soul. "Don't waste your breath," Suyu said bluntly. It was all this old woman's fault that he was in such a predicament. The first ancestor hesitated even more. His eyes evaded, and his expression became very strange. "Actually, the soul between you and me can be changed, at least in a short period of time, and we can deceive the Xiaoyao Emperor." Huh. Suyu stopped abruptly, taken aback. However, when he saw the strange expression on the first ancestor's face, he knew that this was not a good idea. Chapter 31:12. Suyu was slightly hesitant. "The souls between you and me? What do you mean?" His expression was not very good, because his intuition told him that what first ancestor said was definitely a rather difficult solution. Even the first ancestor, who was at the pinnacle of the world, was avoiding Suyu's questioning gaze and hesitating to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it. We don't have much time." Suyu furrowed his brows. First ancestor was hesitant. In the end, she pursed her red lips and said softly, "Yes, the fusion of souls. Soul fusion? Can you explain it clearly?" Suyu was a little impatient. Wasn't the so-called fusion of souls just some sort of spiritual resonance? How would this change the soul? It means that. First ancestor said with difficulty. She couldn't open her mouth to explain, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? Just do as I say." Electric waves flickered in his eyes, and a trembling, substantial soul pierced into the depths of Su-Yu's soul. Just how powerful was the first ancestor soul, and it had been tempered for close to 10 great eras. There weren't many creatures in the world that could contend against it. Su-Yu's soul was immediately shaken by the trembling soul. His entire soul trembled violently, uncontrollably, and it quickly left his body. Not long after, his soul left his body. Before Su-Yu could react, the first ancestor's clear voice sounded in his ears. "I didn't expect that I would end up marrying a human like you." Looking over, the first ancestor was slowly taking off his clothes. "What do you mean by soul fusion?" Su-Yu finally understood what soul fusion meant. That was the union of two souls between a man and a woman. First ancestor took off his clothes and said, "My soul is in your body. If we fuse, our souls can temporarily fuse into one and become a new soul. No matter how strong Xiao Yao, Son of Heaven, is, it would be hard for him to differentiate between the two of us after we fused." This was the so-called method to temporarily change souls between them. Su-Yu turned around without hesitation and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't comply." It was impossible for him to marry a woman who was his enemy not long ago, a woman who had harmed him to such an extent. The little skeleton's lungs were about to explode. "Old woman, do you want to feed the young cow with old grass? You can be Little Master's ancestor." "No, you are even older than his ancestors." The human ancestor from the last era was still a junior in front of the first ancestor of the soul sacred race. "Do you think that I would do such a thing if I had a choice?" The first ancestor retorted. "Do you know how much power I'll lose after our souls merge?" She raised a finger. An entire era's worth of souls. Little Skeleton was dumbfounded. How enormous would the soul of an era be? As for age, is that really important? 200 years old and 10 epochs old monsters. What's the difference? First ancestor said calmly, "Moreover, I have never had any soul or physical interaction with anyone in my life. In the words of you humans, it's a virgin." The little skeleton opened its mouth wide and looked at Su-Yu. It was extremely tempted. "Master, why don't you just give in? It sounds like it's very hard to reject. Although she's an old woman, she's still a virgin for 10 eras." The first ancestor was probably the oldest in the entire 9-star civilization. "Get lost." Su-Yu kicked him, then returned to his own body. This kind of matter, no matter how great the benefits were, could not be compromised. However, just as he was about to leave, a powerful soul strength pulled his soul out again. Looking back, he saw that the first ancestor had taken off all his clothes, leaving only a fluorescent glow in front of his chest. "I can't die." The first ancestor looked up at the sky, her eyes resolute. "He's coming, there's no time left." As she spoke, she walked toward Su-Yu. Su-Yu kept stepping back, saying, "Your soul hasn't even left her body. How can you talk about merging?" The first ancestor touched his cheek. "Didn't anyone tell you that my body has been destroyed for a long time? Even the Holy Mountain's emperors had to constantly destroy the world's civilizations to maintain their survival, let alone ordinary creatures. The Soul Saint tribe valued the soul more than the physical cultivation. The first ancestor's body had decayed several eras ago, leaving only her soul." Soul body? Su-Yu and Little Skeleton were both shocked. From the beginning to the end, the first ancestor had appeared in front of people with her soul. What if you were seriously injured and vomited blood? Little Skeleton's eyes widened. The first ancestor said calmly, "When the soul is extremely powerful, the body is just a dispensable shell." Her soul was so powerful that she didn't need the protection of her body. She had fought a great battle with the Blue Heart puppet before. There are no more questions, right? The first ancestor walked up and looked at Suyu, who was still retreating. With a wave of his hand, a soul barrier blocked Suyu's surroundings. Little Skeleton, who was separated from the barrier, changed his expression. First ancestor, you won't get the little master's heart if you do that. The first ancestor said calmly, What do I want his heart for? My soul is enough. Little Skeleton sighed helplessly. Master, just give in. The first ancestor frowned. You talk too much. With a wave of his hand, a soul light flew out and enveloped Little Skeleton. Suddenly, Little Skeleton's eyes were blocked. Ah, give me back my eyes. Give me back my light. Give me back. Woo-woo. In the end, Little Skeleton couldn't even speak, and his ears couldn't hear anything. He fell into darkness. Inside the barrier, Suyu's face was stiff. Don't come over. He put his palms together and performed secret soul techniques. However, all secret techniques were useless in front of the world's #1 soul expert. Don't waste your energy. The first ancestor walked over and blew a breath of air. A powerful force blew Suyu to the ground. If he had a body, Suyu could still perform all kinds of secret techniques and compete with the first ancestor. In particular, he could control the blue heart puppet through curses. But now he only had his soul. Facing the first ancestor, he couldn't resist at all. Then the first ancestor's soul squatted down and pressed on Suyu's body to forcefully integrate with him. Suyu was shocked and angry. He was about to push her away when a powerful gaze swept over him. It was Prince Xiaoyao. The first ancestor's expression changed. Quick! She immediately sat on Suyu's body and prepared to integrate with him. Suyu's expression changed again and again. He growled in a low voice, Old woman, it's all your fault, and you still want to ride on me? I'll do it. He climbed up, turned over, and pressed the first ancestor under him. Then, with a loud roar, the two of them joined together. In an indescribable entanglement, the soul of Prince Xiaoyao unexpectedly swept over. When it fell on them, it obviously paused. But a moment later, it left again. Suyu and the first ancestor had a tacit understanding and didn't move. Sure enough, not long after, the gaze that had left came back. Chapter 31:13. His gaze locked onto the fused souls of Suyu and the first ancestor, and he was obviously suspicious, because the two of them seemed to have met before, especially Suyu's soul. Xiaoyao, son of heaven, had a deep impression of it. However, Suyu's soul had fused with the first ancestors, and he had long since changed beyond recognition. Emperor Xiaoyao's gaze was fixed on him for 3 breaths before it quickly dissipated. After confirming that he had left, Suyu and the first ancestors' souls finally separated. Both of them looked at each other with complicated emotions. Although it was only a fusion of souls, the fusion between a man and a woman had already happened. They had already consummated their marriage. Suyu stared at him deeply. His anger had already dissipated completely, and what was left was only a complicated feeling. Ever since he had gotten together with Xiener, Suyu had never thought that he would one day have a relationship with another woman. This was a betrayal to Xian. Do you know what you have done? Suyu's expression was gloomy. At this moment, he could no longer distinguish what he was thinking in his heart. Was it rage and killing intent, or was it helplessly lenient? If it wasn't because he had no other choice, he believed that the first ancestor wouldn't give himself to him, much less force him. But reality had already happened. He wanted to forgive the first patriarch, but it was hard for him to convince himself otherwise. First ancestor retracted his gaze and wore his clothes. He said indifferently, "What am I doing?" In the words of your human race, "Aren't you the one who's doing me?" Suyu, who had wanted to denounce her, was immediately rendered speechless. It didn't take long for the first ancestor to put on his clothes, and it was like nothing had happened between him and Xia Qingchen. He said, "Between us, you're the one who's taking advantage, and I'm the one who's suffering. The one with resentment should be me. If you don't believe me, take a look at your own soul." First Ancestor bit her lips, a look of reluctance on her face. Su Yu was so angry that he laughed. He didn't even listen to the second half of what he had said. He said coldly, "Are you saying that I'm the one who forced everything to be loud?" "Of course." As he spoke, Su Yu quickly returned to his own body. He wasn't a match for the first Ancestor at all. However, just as his soul returned to his body, something unexpected happened. Su Yu suddenly realized that there was a strong sense of rejection between himself and his body. No, to be more precise, his body was unable to contain his soul. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that his soul force was more than 100 times stronger than before. When his soul left his body once again, Su Yu discovered, to his surprise, that his soul body was emitting golden spots. If he recalled correctly, only the souls of 10,000 saint experts would have golden spots on them. When his entire soul body turned golden, it would be the day he became a myriad saint. The strength of Su Yu's soul at the moment was comparable to that of a prospective all-saint. The extent to which his soul was jumping was probably unprecedented in this world. At this time, First Ancestor's faint voice sounded. Soul union is the supreme secret technique of our sacred soul tribe. Only Ancestor can learn it. This technique can only be used once in a person's life. Its effect is that when you mate with a partner whose soul is stronger than your own, you will be able to absorb the other party's soul energy and eventually break through the shackles of the soul, reaching the ultimate stage of the soul. The ultimate stage of the soul? Su Yu knew that the absolute beginning force would be cultivated to the end of the 10,000 types of energy. Could it be that the final stage of the soul that the first Ancestor mentioned was actually the absolute beginning force? However, from his tone, it didn't seem like it. My one and only soul union was originally meant for a king of heaven's road, to obtain the soul energy that I wanted from him, and then break through the shackles. It's a pity that it's all gone to waste. Su Yu finally understood why his soul had skyrocketed. The function of soul union was to balance the strength of the two fused souls. It was to take the strong and make up for the weak. Originally, First Ancestor wanted to mate with a stronger being to get the opportunity to skyrocket her soul, but the result was the opposite. She had no choice but to mate with Su Yu, and her soul energy was seriously diverted to Su Yu. By rough estimation, at least an era's worth of soul energy had been distributed to Su Yu. That was why Su Yu's soul had leaped to the level of a prospective great saint. First Ancestor looked up at the sky. She had already sensed that Prince Xiaoyao's gaze had disappeared from the nine-tailed emperor's realm. Moreover, the stone men that surrounded and searched nearby had also disappeared, which meant that Prince Xiaoyao had completely given up on searching for them. Human, our encounter ends here. I never want to meet you again in my life. After the first Ancestor finished speaking, she turned into a phantom and disappeared from Su Yu's sight, leaving only the lingering fragrance in the air. Su Yu felt a sense of helplessness. Why did First Ancestor feel that he would be the one to suffer? Crack, with her departure, the secret soul technique that she had cast lost its effect one after another. Not only did the space barrier disappear, but even the little skeleton's perception blockade was broken. The little skeleton immediately saw Su Yu and hurriedly shouted, "Little Master, have you finished your business?" It wagged its tail and blinked its eyes curiously, as if it was listening to some particularly interesting news. Su Yu ignored it and was familiarizing himself with his brand new soul in case he couldn't even return to his body. "Little Master, say something." The little skeleton was extremely unwilling to give up, and with an evil smile he squinted his eyes and said, "How is the taste of the world's best place? How about sharing it with your dearest spiritual pet?" Su Yu squinted at him. "Do you really want to know?" The little skeleton hurriedly nodded and swallowed his saliva. "Of course. Okay, then I'll tell you." Suyu pulled out a kitchen knife. The little skeleton was stunned. "No, little master. What are you doing with a kitchen knife? Are you going to cook for us?" Suyu gently shook his head. "What are you doing then?" "Silencing me." Suyu's eyes were as sharp as the kitchen knife in his hand. He squinted at the little skeleton and played with the kitchen knife in his hand. "Do you still want to know the taste of the world's best place?" The little skeleton's face suddenly stiffened, and he laughed embarrassedly. "Little master, you must be joking. I, the little skeleton, have seen all kinds of scenes. Why would I be curious about the world's best place?" The little skeleton raised his neck and looked like a gentleman. Suyu didn't want to argue with him, and he put away the kitchen knife. However, as soon as he put it away, the little skeleton lost his sense of propriety and muttered disappointedly, "I wonder if it's okay. Little master, can you take it? Sai, I really want to know." Suyu's eyelids twitched wildly. Without saying a word, he picked up the kitchen knife and chopped it down. "Ah, my left egg. Ah, the right one fell off too." Right at this moment, a crisp voice came from Suyu's body. When he walked closer, he saw that it was a red jade pendant that was shining brightly. Suyu's soul walked over immediately and stared at the jade pendant with a solemn expression. It finally came. The Heaven-Covering clan had invited Suyu to participate in an operation to capture the 10,000 saints. At first, Suyu was still a little hesitant, but now Suyu looked at the blue heart puppet and then at his own soul, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Chapter 31:14. At the same time, in the boundless sky, a huge projection was suspended in the sun, moon, and stars. In the projection, a handsome man was standing on a throne, holding the killing sword in his hand. He was kneeling on one knee. "I am incompetent and failed to complete the task." His voice was loud and clear, with a touch of indifference. If Suyu was here, he would recognize that he was none other than Zhan Wushuang, whom he had not seen for a long time. Since Zishuan's death, Suyu and Zhan Wushuang had completely broken up. Zhan Wushuang had failed to betray Suyu and killed Zishuan, but he did not think it was his fault. Instead, he pushed everything to Suyu. "It has nothing to do with you," the huge projection said in a majestic voice. That voice belonged to Prince Xiaoyao. He had personally searched for Suyu and failed, so he could not blame Zhan Wushuang. Zhan Wushuang's task was only to go to the Puppet Saint clan and warn them of the impending disaster, so that they could refine the heart of the blue heart puppet as soon as possible. Once the refinement was successful, it would be time for the Holy Mountain to take back the puppet. Everything was as Suyu had guessed. How could the Puppet Saint clan hide such a dangerous puppet from the Holy Mountain? There was only one reason why the Puppet Saint clan had been able to refine it for so many years. The Holy Mountain was waiting for them to succeed. Years of planning, and in the end it all benefited Suyu. Prince Xiaoyao was calm. Hearing that, Zhan Wushuang clenched his fists and raised his head. "Suyu?" He snatched the blue heart puppet? The huge projection nodded slightly. Why him again? Zhan Wushuang was inexplicably angry. Why does he snatch everything? He snatched my emperor-killing sword, my divine throne of heaven and earth, and even my most beloved woman. Now he even wants to snatch the blue heart puppet. Prince Xiaoyao said lightly. Suyu is the successor appointed by the human ancestor. His vitality is strong, no weaker than yours. Zhan Wushuang clenched his fists, his eyes full of resentment. However, if you gather the Emperor 4-piece set, you can surpass him and become an existence on par with the Holy Mountain Saints. Prince Xiaoyao revealed an unbelievable secret. What? Zhan Wushuang was in disbelief. Emperor, is this true? I've already obtained 2 of the 4 pieces of the Emperor set, but I haven't discovered any great power from them. Zhan Wushuang voiced out his confusion. Back then, when he was still a low-level being, he had started accumulating the Emperor's set of 4 treasures. At that time, the emperor's four-piece set might have been a rather good mystery item. But now, it seemed that those things were not worth mentioning. How could he not be surprised when Emperor Xiaoyao suddenly said this? You also know that it's just a set, and it's useless if it's scattered. Only by gathering a complete set will a great opportunity appear. Xiaoyao, son of heaven, said, If you can grasp it, you'll be in existence that's on par with us. Hearing this, Zhan Wushuang's emotions surged. There was no reason for Xiaoyao Emperor to lie to a human cultivator. The Emperor's set of 4 treasures was forged by a human great being from 10 eras ago. It contains the secrets of his lifetime's power. Zhan Wushuang was shocked. After being in a 9-star civilization for so long, how could he not understand the past of the human race? Almost every other era, there would be unbelievably powerful existences. They often had extraordinary combat abilities. The most famous ones were the human ancestor from the last era and the ancient human king from 10 eras ago. Su Yu was the designated successor of the human ancestor. Then, wasn't Zhan Wushuang the successor of the ancient human king? The human ancestor has been suppressed by our holy mountain. To obtain his legacy, Su Yu has to walk to the end of the heavenly road. As for you, you only need to gather the Emperor's set of 4 treasures. One could imagine how difficult it would be for both sides. If you want to defeat Su Yu, you have to get all the Emperor's set of 4 treasures, Xiaoyao, son of heaven, said. Zhan Wushuang was excited again. He said, I must become the king of the human race first. Xiaoyao, son of heaven, said slowly, Your first step is to conquer all the human leaders in the 9-star civilization and become the king of humans. Only then will you be qualified to represent the human race and ascend the heavenly road. At the end of the heavenly road, the last emperor's set of 4 treasures is located. The heavenly road again. Zhan Wushuang was shocked. Then, will Su Yu ascend the heavenly road too? Although I will stop him, he will. Zhan Wushuang clenched his fists and said firmly, All right, I will wait for him at the heavenly road. Before that, find the 3rd emperor's set of 4 treasures, the ice crystal crown. Xiaoyao, son of heaven, suddenly said, Ice crystal crown? Zhan Wushuang's breathing quickened. The ice crystal crown was the symbol of authority in the Emperor's set of 4 treasures. It contained unbelievable power. But why can't I sense it? Zhan Wushuang was confused. Every piece of the Emperor's set of 4 treasures had a faint connection with him. As long as it appeared nearby, he would sense it before anyone else. Because he is at a place that ordinary people cannot reach. There is a powerful seal there that cuts off your senses, Xiaoyao, son of heaven, said. Zhan Wushuang was surprised. Where is that? Moreover, since you know about it, why don't you retrieve it directly? Although the world was big, was there a place that Xiaoyao, son of heaven, could not reach? Since he already knew about it, couldn't he just retrieve it and hand it over to him? Why did he have to retrieve it personally? The people of the holy mountain cannot enter that place. Xiaoyao, son of heaven's tone was complicated. There was both helplessness and fear in it. Zhan Wushuang was secretly shocked. There was such a place in the world? Please tell me. I will look for it now. Zhan Wushuang cupped his fists and said, In the giant projection, a black speck of light flew over and entered the space between Zhan Wushuang's eyebrows. Suddenly, a giant map appeared in Zhan Wushuang's mind. This is... Zhan Wushuang was confused. Xiaoyao, son of heaven, sighed deeply. The ancient tomb of the master of the ultimate ruins, at the same time. The goddess clan. Amidst the sky full of flowers, a peerlessly beautiful, dreamlike beauty stood in the midst of the flowers. She bowed and listened to the instructions of the old woman in front of her quietly. Jingyu, that area is about to open. Have you not found a suitable partner yet? The old woman was the clan master of the goddess clan. Su Yu had once pretended to be the clone of Xiaoyao, son of heaven Mirrorflower, and intimidated her. Now, She was much more well-behaved and did not dare to look for a suitable partner for Xia Jingyu. However, there was a great opportunity that was about to arrive that required Xia Jingyu's presence. Moreover, she had to team up with a strong member of the opposite sex. Xia Jingyu had been unwilling to make her choice for a long time, delaying it until today. No, I just want to train in the clan. Leave the opportunity to someone else. Xia Jingyu was indifferent. If it was in the past, the clan master would have lectured her. But now, she had no choice but to be polite. Fine, we have already arranged for a suitable partner. After you enter the secret realm, you can do whatever you want. There is no need to force yourself to cooperate. Chapter 31:15. Xia Jingyu raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't want to make such an arrangement on her own. Seeing her expression, the clan master was a little impatient, but she could only explain patiently. Only men and women are allowed to enter together. I won't force you to cooperate after you enter. That's the limit. To be honest, if she hadn't seen the body of Jinghua Tianzi, who clearly ordered the goddess clan not to find a spouse for Xia Jingyu, why would she be so polite to Xia Jingyu? According to her usual style, she would have taught her a lesson long ago. How could she be so picky? Xia Jingyu sighed helplessly. She knew that the clan master was reaching his limit, so she had to agree. Okay, I hope he won't pester me. Time passed by quickly. Half a year later, at the edge of the nine-tailed heavenly emperor's realm, Su Yu traveled in an orderly manner. As he hurried along, he controlled the surge of soul power. On this day, he appeared on an isolated island in the middle of a vast ocean. This island was the gathering place for the heaven-covering clan to send messages. The surge of soul power has made the ancestral soul technique several times stronger, Su Yu murmured. Although the ancestral soul technique was extraordinary, it hadn't reached an unfathomable level. Especially in front of the Soul Saint clan, it was like child's play. The root of the problem was that Su Yu's own soul wasn't strong enough to display the ancestral soul technique. Now that his soul power was close to the 10,000 saints, one could imagine how powerful the ancestral soul technique would be. With a move of his mind, a wisp of soul power surrounded his body, making it hazy and unfathomable. If outsiders wanted to investigate his real body, they would have to penetrate this layer of soul power. In other words, the opponent's cultivation had to reach at least the 10,000 saints level. Hunting the all-saint strong men who came out of the ultimate divine master's grave? Su Yu chuckled. That's interesting. He took a step forward and arrived on the isolated island. The moment he landed, he immediately felt several eyes glancing at him. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be the other strong men invited by the heaven-covering clan. Their cultivations were uneven, with the weakest being the late ancient saint and the strongest being the great saint. Su Yu calmly came to the top of the mountain and saw several strong men of different races, each occupying a side, ignoring each other. His arrival only caused them to size him up. When they realized that they couldn't see through Su Yu's soul energy, they all became vigilant. Su Yu's powerful soul was able to capture the communication between many souls. An expert has arrived. What terrifying strength! My great sage soul power is like a clay ox entering the sea. I almost couldn't pull it back. This should be an old monster of the great sage late stage. The Sky Covering clan has really paid a huge price for this hunting mission. They even managed to invite such a person. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more they treasured their lives. For such a dangerous mission, the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to invite them. Sure, don't say anything. The other party's cultivation is unfathomable. He might be able to hear what we're saying. A young, pretty woman sent a soul message to end their conversation. Everyone stopped in fear. They didn't dare to use their soul power to converse. The pretty girl's eyes turned and she walked over with a smile. Her facial features were soft, giving off the feeling of a pretty daughter from a humble family. When she walked over, it was like a spring breeze. My friend, May I ask if you were invited by the Sky-Covering clan? When Suyu looked at him, he was surprised to find that he was a rare human expert, just like him. Her cultivation base was quite extraordinary. She had reached the early stage of the Great Sage realm, similar to the Netherworld Old Ancestor and the Green-Robed Old Ancestor. The difference was that she was very young, about the same age as Suyu. It was rare to see such a young, early-stage Great Sage. In terms of talent, he was comparable to Bai Shui. Yes, Suyu answered calmly out of politeness. His attitude made the woman feel even more mysterious. She smiled. I am Lu Xiaoyu, a member of the Human Alliance at the Six Paths Heavenly Realm. Human Alliance? This was the first time Suyu had heard of an organization like the Human Alliance in a 9-star civilization. He had been to the Nine-tailed Heavenly Realm and the Mirror Flower Heavenly Realm, but there was no such organization. Oh, Human Inu. Su, you casually mentioned the alias he had used before. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback, her eyes filled with joy. You are also a human. She really did not expect to meet a strong person of the same race with such profound soul attainments in a place like the Nine-tailed Heavenly Realm. Suyu nodded. He wanted to ask about the Human Alliance, so he wanted to chat with her. The two of them found a corner and conversed familiarly. From her, Suyu found out that every realm that had a master had a Human Alliance. Only the masters of the Nine-tailed Heavenly Emperor Realm and the Mirror Flower Heavenly Emperor Realm had been destroyed by the human ancestor one era ago. So far, no Human Alliance had emerged. Why is that? Suyu asked curiously. Lu Xiaoyu explained. Because if there is no Heavenly Emperor in charge of a realm, the Taoist energy in the world will be difficult to maintain. It will flow to the other realms, causing the land to be very barren. The human race is weak, so they usually migrate to the other 8 great realms. The number of humans in the Nine-tailed Heavenly Realm and the Mirror Flower Heavenly Realm is small, so it is even more difficult to form an alliance. So that was why. Speaking of which, he had indeed rarely encountered groups of humans in the 2 realms. The Qing Emperor had once said that Suyu had to defeat all the kings of the human race and become the king of humans. But until now, he had not even encountered a large-scale human organization. It turned out that there were no similar organizations in the 2 realms, Brother Inu. To be able to train to such a high level of cultivation in the bitter cold land of the 2 realms, it is incredible. Lu Xiaoyu took out a jade tablet and said fervently, if Brother Inu does not mind, you can join the Human Alliance of the 6 Paths Heavenly Realm. With your abilities, you will definitely be put in an important position. Suyu accepted the jade tablet and cupped his fists. Thank you. Lu Xiaoyu could not help but feel disappointed when she saw that Suyu had accepted it without any response. Every member of the Human Alliance only had the right to invite others to join them once, and they had to apply again after using it. Suyu had accepted it just like that, and there was no response. She was a little disappointed. I don't have any other gifts, but this is for you. Suyu handed over a piece of blue heart iron. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned and only recognized it after a while. She said in shock, This is blue heart iron. This item was so precious that it was difficult to find it in the world. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven for an ordinary person to obtain one. Only those ancient crafting families might have an extremely small number of them. Inu, who was standing before her, had given one to her so casually. Noticing this scene, the pupils of the strong martial artists at the side shrank, their eyes filled with passion. Chapter 31:16. Do you dislike it? Suyu asked, seeing that she had not moved for a long time. Lu Xiaoyu came back to her senses and shook her head. She said excitedly, No. Senior's gift is too valuable. She hurriedly caught it with both hands, feeling extremely excited. This was a top-grade material. Even a trace of it could increase the self-repairability of a Tao artifact. She had been granted an invitation in exchange for a piece of blue heart iron. It was a huge profit. She was extremely glad that she had recognized the extraordinary nature of the senior and obtained such a treasure from him. Unknowingly, she had changed the way she addressed him as senior instead of Brother Inu. It was not that she was trying to curry favor with him, but she did not dare to address him as a peer since he could casually take out a piece of blue heart iron as a gift. "Keep it well," Suyu said meaningfully. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the greedy gazes around her. Her heart tightened and she quickly put it away. Swish! Not long after, another mysterious strong man landed on the island. He was covered in dazzling moonlight, carrying 9 Dao artifact swords condensed from starlight on his back. Wherever he passed, the swords whistled. In the pavilion, many strong men subconsciously covered the Dao artifacts at their waists because they found that their swords were uncontrollably gathering towards the young man. Even Suyu couldn't help but lightly press on the absolute heaven sword. For a moment, the absolute heaven sword at his waist moved restlessly for a moment. Although it was only for a very short moment, it was enough to surprise Suyu. The absolute heaven sword was a sword of great malice. Apart from the emperor, no one could make it submit. But it was responding to someone it had never met before. Whoosh! After he landed, the moonlight on his body dissipated, revealing his true form. It was a young man in a brocade robe with a sword-shaped pattern on his chest. Seeing the pattern, Suyu suddenly understood. Mingjian Villa. This person was from the Mingjian Villa. The Mingjian Villa was the family that had forged the absolute heaven sword. No wonder the absolute heaven sword was responding to this person. However, he could only sense it. The absolute heaven sword had killed many of the people of the Mingjian Villa. How could it really submit to them? Only those ordinary swords would be tempted by the people of the Mingjian Villa. Even the Mingjian Villa has been invited. The person in the pavilion was shocked. Once again, the Heaven Covering clan is determined to win. The young man in embroidered clothes restrained the moonlight on his body, and he raised his head high as he surveyed the surroundings. His expression was unable to conceal the arrogance of being superior. After all, Mingjian Villa was ranked 3rd among the sacred clans, and indeed had the right to look down on most people in the world. However, when his gaze descended onto Lu Xiaoyu, his gaze paused for a moment before a trace of delight surged onto his arrogant face. Little sister you. He strode forward quickly, ignoring Suyu, who was talking to Lu Xiaoyu and stood between the two of them. Lu Xiaoyu was also surprised. Brother Duyue? The young man in embroidered clothes before him was a rather famous figure in the sword Dao of the younger generation of Mingjian Villa. Not only was his ability to forge Dao sword superb, even his sword technique was unique. Duyu, who was born in the Mirror Flower Heaven Realm, had joined the nearby Six Paths Heaven Realms Human Alliance since she was young and had made a name for herself. Among the 6 heavenly sons of the Human Race Alliance, Duyue's strength could definitely be ranked in the top. At least, he was much stronger than Lu Xiaoyu. Rumor had it that his cultivation had reached the later stage of the Great Saint Realm, and he was stronger than many of the old monsters in the pavilion. Little sister you, so you're here too, Duyue said delightedly. He knew that Lu Xiaoyu had a very profound background in the Human Race Alliance that ordinary people could not hope to reach. Having a good relationship with her would be of great benefit to the future. Lu Xiaoyu nodded politely, then walked past him and came to Suyu's side. Senior, let's go over there. He pointed to a quiet place in the distance. Duyue frowned and looked at Suyu. This is... Lu Xiaoyu thought for a moment, then explained helplessly. This is Senior Inu. Senior, this is Duyue from Mingjian Villa, an old acquaintance of mine from the Human Race Alliance. In fact, her relationship with Duyue wasn't that great. Oh, Suyu replied casually. He did not have a good impression of Mingjian Villa, who had plotted against them. Duyue sized Suyu up, a look of suspicion on her face. Senior. Lu Xiaoyu's abilities were at the early stage of the Great Saint Realm, which was quite impressive. Since she addressed him as senior, his abilities should be at least at the middle stage or even the late stage of the great saint realm. Did the person in front of her have such a cultivation? Senior, where are you from? Is Inu your name? It sounds unfamiliar. Duyue's eyes were filled with provocation. Lu Xiaoya's expression changed. Please watch your attitude. Do not offend Senior. Looking at Lu Xiaoya, who was so cold to her, Duyue became even more displeased. In the Human Race Alliance, Lu Xiaoya had been on good terms with her. Now her attitude towards him had changed drastically because of a man. Little sister, you have to keep your eyes open. There are many deceivers in this world. Don't be deceived by them, Duyue reminded her. However, in Lu Xiaoya's ears, she was trying to sow discord between her and Senior Inu. How dare you? Lu Xiaoya said angrily. Senior, do you need to deceive me? Why would a person who could casually give away blue heart iron need to deceive her? Why would he deceive her? You may know a person's face, but not his heart, Duyue insisted. The people of the Sky Covering clan could invite were the people of the 3 territories near the Mirror Flower, Heavenly Prince's realm. However, in his many years of traveling, he had never heard of a great saint like Inu. She didn't know what method this person used to deceive Lu Xiaoya. Clang! Without another word, Lu Xiao pulled out her Dao artifact and pointed it at Duyue. Scram! Don't provoke me. Hearing that, Duyue kept his mouth shut, a hint of fear on his face. Now that the Sword Saint clan was in a precarious situation, they could not afford to offend anyone, especially the power behind Lu Xiao. Fine. I shall see when he will show his true colors. Duyue snorted coldly. He walked to the side angrily, glaring at Suyu with a gaze full of dissatisfaction. Suyu was speechless. He had offended someone for no reason over an insignificant woman. What an undeserved calamity. Even though this person named Duyue was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Suyu silently closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. Lu Xiaoya tactfully stood guard at the side. He was about to break through to the ancient saint level and was only a step away. However, he did not know when the opportunity to break through would come. Perhaps in the next moment, or perhaps in a few years' time. He did not like the feeling of not being in control. It seems like everyone is here, haha. A day later, a voice that Suyu found familiar finally sounded. He opened his eyes and looked over. The old lady from the Sky Covering clan who had invited him was walking over with a walking stick. She briefly counted the people in the pavilion, and a comfortable smile spread across her aged face. Chapter 30, 117. It seemed that all the people she had invited had arrived, and none of them had missed the appointment. Old demon immortal, let's cut the crap. Shouldn't you tell us the specifics of the situation now? Said a boorish man whose face was covered in black flames. He had obviously been waiting for a long time, and his patience had run out. Yes, the task of dealing with a 10,000 saints powerhouse is beyond our capabilities. If you can't give us some assurance, I won't be able to continue participating no matter how good the conditions are, the late-stage great saint said without beating around the bush. Suyu remembered very clearly that the old woman had said that the main force to hunt down the 10,000 saints powerhouse was someone else. He and the other invitees were only there to support them. But even if they were to support, hunting down a 10,000 saints powerhouse was an extremely dangerous task. If they were not careful, they would die without a burial place. Haha, don't be impatient. The old demon immortal laughed hoarsely. Her smile was strange. Her old hand took out a ball from her bosom and pinched it. Then an image was projected into the sky. In the image, a majestic figure was surrounded by the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. It was as if he was in another world, stumbling as he walked in the void. After a few steps, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood he spat out turned into countless civilizations and living beings along the way. Seeing this scene, all the experts present became serious. Those who were reclining or leaning couldn't help but stand up. Pairs of eyes stared at the majestic figure without moving. Even through the image, they could feel the suffocating pressure of the 10,000 Saints powerhouse. However, they could all see that the 10,000 Saints powerhouse was in a very bad state. It seemed like he was seriously injured. The old demon immortal had a deep smile on his face. First, as you can see, the 10,000 Saints powerhouse that we are going to hunt was seriously injured when he barged into the tomb of the ultimate Emperor Lord. Otherwise, the Sky-Covering clan would never dare to target a real 10,000 Saints powerhouse. At this time, the majestic man covered in flames spoke again. Do you have any more confidence? Don't tell me that just the few of us can hunt down an injured 10,000 Saints powerhouse? Even if the 10,000 Saints powerhouse is dead and only his skeleton is left, he can still kill all of us here. As soon as he said that, many people looked at the flaming man. Even Suyu was no exception. It seemed that this flaming man had a deep understanding of the 10,000 Saints experts. Haha, of course there's more. The old woman took out another sphere and crushed it. Another projection appeared. In the projection was an old, broken ship shuttling through the ghost fog. It let out a mighty whimpering sound as it shuttled through the boundless world. At the bow of the ship, there were two figures standing strangely. One was an incomparably stooped and shriveled old man with two ghastly green eyes and a shabby cloak. If one didn't look carefully, one would think that he had crawled out of a coffin. The other one was a righteous young man covered in milky white radiance. He carried a golden long sword on his back, and his body was as straight as an arrow. His awe-inspiring righteousness was out of tune with his surroundings. Patriarch Gaetian, the Samsara human monarch. When the picky flaming man saw this scene, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What, human king of Samsara? The appearance of the Patriarch Gaetian was not beyond their expectations. After all, this was a mission initiated by the Gaetian clan to kill the 10,000 Saints experts. How could the Patriarch of the Gaetian clan not take action? However, the fact that the Samsara human monarch had been invited had completely overturned their expectations. Lu Xiaoyu, who was beside Suyu, could not help but tremble. She was in awe and worry. Suyu looked at the righteous figure and was slightly surprised. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be a human. Moreover, he was named after the human king. Xiaoyu, who is he? Suyu asked. Lu Xiaoyu pursed her red lips, her eyes full of worry. He is the king of the human alliance at the reincarnation heavenly realm. People call him the Samsara human monarch. His strength should be similar to the king of the human alliance at the sixth heavenly realm. How strong is he? Suyu asked. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. I don't know, but he has the legendary experience of fighting against the 10,000 saints without dying. Some people call him the young 10,000 saints. Young 10,000 saints. Suyu was chased by two 10,000 saints. Not only did he survive, but he also successfully snatched the skeleton of the 10,000 saints. Oh, Suyu's expression was indifferent. He did not care. However, he had already made up his mind to refuse this operation. Suyu, who had personally fought against the 10,000 saints, knew very well that even a severely injured and dying 10,000 saints was not someone the elder Gaetian and the Samsara human monarch could handle. If they were the main attackers, they were destined to be annihilated. However, the old demonic fairy smiled and said, "Besides, we have a third trump card." She clapped her hands, and the two images in the air were annihilated at the same time. They then gathered together to form a hideous image of the face of an evil ghost. Seeing this image, everyone present felt extremely disgusted and uncomfortable. This is the ultimate curse of your Gaetian ancestor, the curse of oblivion. The great saint late-stage strong man said in horror. He took several steps back, looking extremely fearful. The rest of the people also looked horrified and pushed away. The old demonic fairy looked around and was satisfied with everyone's fearful gazes. She smiled and put her palms together. The image in the sky dissipated and collapsed. It's just an image. The real curse of oblivion is in the hands of the elder. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were all shocked. You brought the curse of oblivion with you? The burly man, who was covered in flames, asked with joy. The old demonic fairy smiled. Of course, the 10,000 saints are not like other things. We, the Gaetian clan, do not want to end up like this. Since we have decided to hunt this 10,000 saints strong man, of course, we have to kill him in one go. The appearance of the curse of oblivion was like a reassuring pill to everyone present. What was the curse of oblivion? It was a terrible curse that the ancestors of the Gaetian clan had used to kill a 10,000 saints strong man. It was known as the number 1 curse in the world. If they asked for it, the severely injured 10,000 saints strong man would really have nowhere to run. As support, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. It's not too late for anyone to back out, the old demonic fairy said with a smile. However, no one backed out, including Suyu. Since the Gaetian clan was confident of winning, why not give it a try? He wanted to know what this 10,000 saints strong man had obtained from the grave of the ultimate Emperor Master. Was there a shortcut to enter and exit the ultimate divine steel? It seems that no one has any objections. The old demonic fairy waved her hand. In that case, follow me. When Suyu was about to leave, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. When he turned his head around, he saw that it was Lu Xiaoyu. She hesitantly said, "Senior, please guide me. I will be eternally grateful, and I will surely repay you." Huh. Suyu was slightly surprised. Why do you say that? Why did Lu Xiaoyu seem to be worried about something? Chapter 31:18. Lu Xiaoyu looked around and whispered, "Elder, you may not know this, but there has always been a legend among the humans." Suyu listened quietly. He didn't know why, but when he heard the word legend, he remembered the Qing Emperor's last words. It is said that the ultimate human king can reach the end of the heavenly road and become the divine ancestor of the human race, comparable to the emperor of the Holy Mountain. Lu Xiaoyu was worried. Hearing this, Suyu looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. This was almost the same as what the Qing Emperor had said. However, the legend omitted the legacy left by the human ancestor at the end of the heavenly road. When did the legend appear? Suyu's eyes were deep. Lu Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Half a year ago, it suddenly spread throughout the entire 9-star civilization. All of the human alliance knew about this legend. Half a year ago, when he had just escaped from prison, they really want to see the world in chaos. Suyu's eyes were filled with a cold light. Without a doubt, the legend was spread by the Xiaoyao emperors. Their purpose was to create as much trouble as possible for Suyu to reach the heavenly road, so that he would die in the internal strife of the human alliance. Elder, I am a close relative of one of the higher-ups in the 6 paths of human alliance. If I meet the reincarnation human king, I'm afraid I'll be in danger. Lu Xiaoyu voiced her worries. Suyu thought for a moment. He had a soul that was close to the level of all saints, and a strong all saints puppet body forged from the blue heart iron puppet. When necessary, he could still use the puppet, not to mention defeating the reincarnation human king. Protecting himself and Lu Xiaoyu should be no problem. Okay. After thinking about it carefully, Suyu felt that he was confident, so he agreed. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the elder in front of her was not comparable to the reincarnation human king, he could at least protect her. Let's go. We can't be left alone. Lu Xiaoyu pointed to the people who were rising into the sky. Suyu nodded and got up to leave. Suddenly, a muffled sound like thunder came from his abdomen. A ball of golden light penetrated his abdomen and penetrated the soul energy on the surface of his body. How could such a strange movement escape the senses of the people present? They all looked over. Is this a sign of a breakthrough? Yes, outside the golden light, inside the Gaizhou mansion. This is a breakthrough to the ancient saint realm. The strong man covered in black flames said suspiciously. The rest of the people looked confused. Su Yu used his soul to block off all probing in the surroundings, causing people to feel that he was an old monster with an unfathomable cultivation. Yet he had only managed to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage. This was truly astounding. Is there a mistake? The person who casually gave out a piece of blue heart metal hasn't even reached ancient sage yet? Old demon immortal couldn't have invited someone who wasn't even an ancient sage to help, right? They didn't want to believe what was happening in front of them, but the increasingly dazzling golden light that gradually dispersed their soul force dispelled their suspicions. The person before him was indeed not some powerful senior. Instead, he was just an insignificant cultivator who had yet to make a breakthrough to ancient sage. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Amidst the shock, a young man's loud laughter resounded throughout the pavilion. Du Yu held his stomach and laughed loudly. He pointed at Su Yu and said, I told you that I had never heard of any Inu. Xiao Yu, not only did you not believe me, you even drew your sword against me because of him. I've said it before. He'll show his roundness sooner or later. Little you, do you see that? This is the senior you want to curry favor with. Ha ha ha. Du Yu felt unusually comfortable, unprecedentedly comfortable, especially when he looked at Lu Xiaoyu, whose face was gradually turning pale. He felt even more carefree. Lu Xiaoyu clenched her fists tightly and looked straight at Su Yu. The remaining disbelief in her eyes disappeared completely after the soul energy around Su Yu's body was completely dispersed. With her great saint cultivation, she could already tell what it meant when Su Yu couldn't suppress his breakthrough. Are you lying to me? Lu Xiaoyu was furious. She felt that she had been deceived. She was a dignified, great saint, but she had been fooled like a fool. Not only had she offended the powerful Du Yu, but she had also condescended to curry favor with him. But the cruel reality was that Du Yu was merely a middle-stage heaven law master, whose strength was far below hers. Recalling all her actions, she was so ashamed and resentful that she wanted to find a crack to hide in and never come out again. Su Yu turned a blind eye to the reactions of the outside world. He was extremely excited. After so many years, the opportunity for a breakthrough had finally appeared. I didn't say anything about my cultivation. You were just being presumptuous. Su Yu gave her a brief reply and immediately began setting up the formation in preparation for a breakthrough. Lu Xiaoyu clenched her fists so tightly that her fingers dug into her palms. The adoration, admiration, trust, and joy just now had all turned into hatred. You shameless liar! I hate you! Su Yu scowled and said coldly, Before I go back on my word, wait quietly by the side. If there's any trouble, I can still fulfill my promise and save you once. Hearing that, Lu Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Her laughter was unusually shrill. She pointed at her own nose and screamed hysterically, Yin Yu, what do you take me for? A fool? A young cultivator who was about to break through to the ancient saint level had the audacity to say that he would save her once in the future. Did he really think she was a fool who could be easily deceived? Lu Xiaoyu felt like she was being deeply insulted. She pointed a trembling finger at Su Yu. I, Lu Xiaoyu, don't need your protection. Leave your so-called protection to others. I was blind to have come to you. Lu Xiaoyu turned around and left resolutely. Her face was full of bitterness, and the gentleness she had when they first met were nowhere to be found. Su Yu said nothing, but silently crossed off his promise to save her life. If she didn't need it, what was the point of keeping it? What should we do? Wait for him to break through to the ancient saint level. The many strong men looked at each other. The old Maxian looked at Su Yu meaningfully and said, Leave him to break through on his own. We will go ahead and gather at the ambush point. It'll be best if he can make it in time, but if he can't, it doesn't matter if we lose him. Su Yu was personally invited by the old Maxian, and the old Maxian was well aware of his strength. However, there were many strong men here, and Su Yu's presence made no difference. That's true. We have a heavy responsibility, and we can't waste it on a little middle-stage master of the heavenly law. Let's go, let's go. Don't waste time. The people urged each other and left with the old Maxian. But before they left, many of them looked at Su Yu out of the corner of their eyes. Everyone present remembered that Su Yu had casually given away a piece of blue heart iron. From the way he had acted, it seemed like he had more than one piece of blue heart iron with him. Greed was the original sin of all living creatures. It was especially so for people or things that one shouldn't be greedy for.